Chapter 1376, Gigantic Stone. Chapter 1376, Gigantic Stone. Biming Town. Some Biming Town clansmen could not help but feel curious and headed down the stone steps as well. However, they were blocked by Biming Shui when they reached the entrance of the hall. None of you can enter for the time being. Everyone, disperse. Biming Shui looked at her Biming clansmen and said in a deep voice. Why can't we enter? We're also from the Biming clan. That's right. The secret of the Biming clan is definitely hidden here. Why should you be the only one to occupy it, Biming Shui? Some of the Biming clansmen stood at the entrance and made a fuss, wanting to barge into the hall. Biming Shui's expression turned cold. In a flash, she arrived at the entrance of the hall and punched the cultivator at the front. The cultivator was sent flying and smashed into a cultivator behind him, screaming in pain as he fell to the ground. Scram! She said coldly, this is on account that we're both from the same clan. Otherwise, I would have taken your life with that single punch earlier on. Although Biming Shui was a woman, she was decisive to kill. Otherwise, she would not have dared to cripple Dongfang Ji in front of the experts of the two aristocratic families in the Shiman Villa. Su Zimo was recuperating in the primordial divine spring and she could not let anyone barge in to disturb him. Furthermore, news of such a huge commotion in Biming Town must have already spread to the three aristocratic families. It was hard to guarantee that no experts would arrive soon. If the Biming clansmen remained here, they would only be courting death. Sister. Biming Ao and the others had already rushed back from the Shiman Villa. Little brother, leave this place with our clansmen first. Biming Shui said in a deep voice. All right. Biming Ao nodded. He trusted his sister completely. Furthermore, there was a top-tier figure backing her. As long as that person was alive, his sister would not be in danger. Before long, Biming Ao left Biming Town with his Biming clansmen. Biming Shui guarded the entrance of the hall and looked back in the direction of the primordial divine spring with a worried expression. Nothing happened after such a long time. I wonder how Master's essence spirit is and whether it's healed. I'm afraid there's not much time left. Biming Shui thought to herself. In the pool. Although Su Zimo did not move, his green lotus true body underwent a tremendous change. At that moment, the impurities of the green lotus true body were almost purged. Every single bone of the green lotus true body was green and crystalline like jade. They were filled with a resplendent glow and his marrow rumbled, producing powerful bloodlines that transformed his flesh and organs. If even the treasures of the super sex were removed as impurities, how strong was the green lotus true body? Within his consciousness, resplendent lights shone in a dazzling manner and the creation lotus platform was filled with vitality and chaos chi. The black-haired essence spirit sat on it and the life-severing curse on his body had vanished completely. As Su Zimo had expected, with the help of the primordial divine spring, the danger of the life-severing curse was resolved. Moreover, he was experiencing another opportunity. After obtaining the nourishment of the primordial divine spring, the creation lotus platform and the green lotus true body formed an extremely mysterious connection. It was like the fusion of the lotus root and his bloodline. The lotus platform was within his consciousness. The lotus leaves were skin. The lotus stem was the bones. At that moment, Su Zimo felt that his body had already vanished. It was as though he had transformed into a green lotus that swayed in the primordial divine spring. If Biming Shui were to turn back now, she would be shocked to discover that lotus leaves floated on the surface of the golden pool. On the lotus leaves were lotus flowers. They had yet to blossom and were merely buds, pink and translucent like jade. Under the nourishment of the primordial divine spring, the lotus flower buds swayed gently and emitted a tremendous amount of life force. Although his essence spirit had already recovered, Su Zimo did not get up. He intended to seize the opportunity to attempt a breakthrough to the conjoint body realm. Under normal circumstances, one would definitely have to endure immense danger if they wanted to fuse three supreme Dharma characteristics. Even the Green Lotus true body could not defend against it. However, with the primordial divine spring present, his chances of success were much higher. This was an extremely rare opportunity that Su Zimo did not want to miss. Swoosh! The first supreme Dharma characteristic appeared. Thunderdermic body. The thunderdermic body was like a thunder god that wielded a whip that flashed with lightning. Dark clouds gathered above its head and it stood on a sea of lightning with a stern expression that could not be ignored. Su Zimo fused the heaven and earth Dharma characteristic into his body with his massive spirit consciousness. Yes. Su Zimo grunted with a pained expression. How strong were supreme Dharma characteristics? They could even kill ordinary conjoint body mighty figures. The fusion of that terrifying power into his body was a huge burden for the flesh. Even the Green Lotus true body could not withstand it. Poof! 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 Instantly, wounds tore through the skin of the Green Lotus true body and Su Zimo turned into a bloodied figure. Countless fresh blood flowed out and surged into the lake. However, under the nourishment of the tremendous life force from the primordial divine spring, the wounds on the Green Lotus true body healed rapidly. However, the power of a supreme Dharma characteristic was too strong and the wounds that had just healed ruptured once more. The entire golden pool was dyed red. Right then, an oval-shaped gigantic stone in the depths of the lake suddenly moved. It coiled around Su Zimo's body excitedly and spun continuously. Strange enough, after the gigantic stone circled a few times, the blood color around Su Zimo disappeared and the divine spring turned golden once more. With no more fresh blood in the pool, the gigantic stone seemed displeased and circled continuously. It would even nudge Su Zimo from time to time. However, Su Zimo was currently in immense pain and was oblivious to everything that was happening in the pool. An unknown period of time passed. Su Zimo finally snapped out of his stupor and regained his senses. It was way too scary. It was already this dangerous with a single supreme Dharma characteristic. Furthermore, that was under the nourishment of the primordial divine spring. It was almost certain that if not for the primordial divine spring, Su Zimo would definitely explode and die if he tried to forcefully fuse 3 supreme Dharma characteristics. At that thought, a figure flashed through Su Zimo's mind. If 3 supreme Dharma characteristics are already so dangerous, what about 4? Even though Su Zimo had already cultivated to this point, that person was even more unfathomable in his heart. Right then, something seemed to have bumped into him from the pool. It was neither heavy nor light. Instinctively, Su Zimo slapped the thing with his backhand. It was rough to the touch and looked like a stone. However, he was not bothered by it and merely thought that the stone hit him due to the churning movement of the divine spring. Su Zimo composed himself and continued to absorb the second supreme Dharma characteristic. The Rulai-dermic body. The 90 feet tall Rulai-dermic body had a dignified expression. Lowering its head, it clasped its palms together and chanted Sanskrit with a divine benevolence. Su Zimo fused the heaven and earth Dharma characteristic into his body. At that moment, Su Zimo felt as though his Green Lotus true body was about to explode. Poof! The flesh of the Green Lotus true body split and fresh blood surged. Even his organs could not withstand the pressure and cracks appeared. Su Zimo opened his mouth and wanted to roar out in pain. However, he ended up drinking a mouthful of spring water and could only let out gurgling noises. In the depths of the pool, the gigantic stone closed in once more. Chapter 1377, The True Secret. Chapter 1377, The True Secret. The immense pain tortured Su Zimo repeatedly. More fresh blood gushed into the pool and the green bones in Su Zimo's body were regenerating new bloodlines continuously. Coupled with the primordial divine spring, his body was being repaired continuously. The power of a supreme Dharma characteristic was way too strong. Even the Green Lotus true body could not withstand it. Su Zimo's consciousness turned hazy and he fainted countless times before being awakened by the immense pain once more. An unknown period of time passed. The pain on his body gradually lessened. After his wounds healed, they no longer ruptured and had already become scabs that fell off. Su Zimo exhaled deeply. He had finally endured through it. However, the entire process was way too painful. Even with his immense willpower, he had to faint countless times. If it was anyone else, they would have broken down long ago. Furthermore, that was only the fusion of two supreme Dharma characteristics. If he wanted to advance to the conjoint body realm completely, he would have to fuse a third supreme Dharma characteristic. However, Su Zimo knew very well that his current Green Lotus true body had already reached its limits after fusing two supreme Dharma characteristics. If he were to forcefully fuse the third supreme Dharma characteristic, there was a high chance that the Green Lotus true body would explode and die. Su Zimo was fearless and did not hesitate at all. If he could not fuse with the primordial divine spring today, he would never have a chance to advance to the conjoint body realm in the future. The third supreme Dharma characteristic, the heavenly fiend Dharma body. Su Zimo absorbed the supreme Dharma characteristic into his body. Boom! A loud bang sounded in Su Zimo's mind. The next moment, his consciousness seemed to have been peeled out of his body and he could clearly see that the Green Lotus true body had exploded. His flesh was ripped off and his organs were crushed, leaving only green bones that were still holding on. At that moment, cracks appeared on the bones one after another. The Green Lotus true body was destroyed. The injuries he suffered this time round were even more serious than when he was attacked by D Fan. His entire body almost disappeared. Under that immense power, the Green Lotus true body was soon reduced to a skeleton with its life draining rapidly. Even with the primordial divine spring, it was difficult to resurrect it. The black-haired essence spirit was only spared under the protection of the creation Lotus platform and the shroud of many resplendent rays of light. Su Zimo watched everything in a daze with a dim gaze. Did he fail? Ever since this Green Lotus true body cultivated, it had encountered countless dangers. In the end, it was still stuck at the Dharma characteristic realm and could not attain the conjoint body realm. Of course, Su Zimo was not sad. After all, he still had his dragon true body and his martial Tao prime body. Furthermore, he had not truly died. At the very least, he retained his essence spirit and had a chance to reconstruct his body in the future. However, it was a pity to lose the Green Lotus true body. He watched as a gigantic oval stone danced in the blood mist around the remnant of his bones. The stone was around the height of a man and it had a rough surface, emanating an ancient aura. There were some mysterious patterns on it that gave off two distinct auras. It seemed to encompass the concepts of both hardness and softness, yin and yang. When the two ultimate auras made contact with the gigantic stone, an extremely strange power of breathing spread out. It devoured the flesh and essence energy released by the explosion of the Green Lotus true body in large mouthfuls. That scene seemed familiar. However, Su Zimo could not immediately recall where he saw it from. To think that there would be such a treasure in the depths of the primordial divine spring. He thought to himself. The creation Lotus platform floated and the black-haired essence spirit sat on it, wanting to close in and take a closer look. The moment he approached, the stone burst forth with an extremely tremendous life force. This. Su Zimo was shocked. He had never seen such a powerful life force even with his dragon true body. Only the dragon true body could compare to it. It's not a treasure. It's an egg of some sort. Su Zimo reacted quickly. However, he was even more shocked. What sort of a living being's egg could produce such a powerful life force that even he was shocked? Most importantly, if no one discovered the secret beneath Biming Town, it would mean that this gigantic egg had been passed down from the ancient era. Suddenly, Su Zimo recalled the scene at the Shiman Villa. That was the gigantic demon beast that appeared when Biming Shui released her bloodline phenomenon. A thought flashed through his mind and he had a vague guess. A Kuan egg? No. That was unlikely. Although the Kuan race was one of the primordial 9 races, their lifespans were similar to the dragon race. The life force of a mere egg would definitely not be at this level. Furthermore, the breathing and expiration power of the two extremities of that gigantic egg was way too strong. If it wasn't a Kuan egg, there was only a single possibility. It was a Kuan Peng egg. It was one of the three primordial taboos, the Kuan Peng. Legend has it that the Kuan Peng could turn into fish that was thousands of kilometers long, like a boundless land floating on the ocean. It could also transform into a bird and spread its wings to travel hundreds of thousands of kilometers in a single fly. Carrying the power of extreme yin and yang, it could devour the oceans and soar through the world. If Su Zimo was not wrong, the two ultimate powers that filled the gigantic egg should be the power of extreme yin and yang. The Kuan Peng egg was probably the only thing that could possess such immense vitality. Prior to this, Su Zimo had some doubts. Although the primordial divine spring beneath Biming Town was extremely precious, what did it have to do with Biming Shue's bloodline phenomenon? But now, he understood. The secret guarded by the Biming aristocratic family was not the primordial divine spring, but the Kuan Peng egg. Right now, the Kuan Peng egg was devouring his blood. The reason why this scene felt familiar was because when Night Spirit was hatched, a similar situation had occurred. Although the primordial divine spring had immense vitality, it could only ensure that the Kuan Peng egg retained its life. A large amount of food was required for the Kuan Peng to hatch. That was the reason why the Kuan Peng egg would take the initiative to devour Su Zimo's bloodline. However, the Kuan Peng was different from the Ho. If the Kuan Peng's true form was fully released, it would be way too massive. This also meant that its devouring power was extremely strong. The bit of flesh on the green lotus true body was akin to a drop of water in the ocean for it. The amount of flesh required to hatch this Kuan Peng was unimaginable. Furthermore, given the power of the Kuan Peng, even super sex wouldn't be able to provide for it. Su Zimo's spirit consciousness merely made contact with the Kuan Peng egg for a brief moment and he felt that it was boundless like the ocean within. This Kuan Peng egg is troublesome to deal with as well. Su Zimo muttered to himself. If that Kuan Peng egg was exposed, it might cause chaos in the entire Tianhuang mainland. At that time, who knew how many experts it would attract? Right then, Su Zimo suddenly sensed a change in the green lotus corpse that was initially floating in the depths of the divine spring. Author's note, readers have asked, didn't Zimo cultivate a 99 feet tall Dharma characteristic? Let me explain here. The 99 feet tall Dharma characteristic was fused for the purpose of combat, it was not cultivated. Under normal circumstances, he possesses 3 supreme Dharma characteristics. If need be, he can fuse them into a 99 feet tall Dharma characteristic for combat. Chapter 1378, Grade 7 Green Lotus. Chapter 1378, Grade 7 Green Lotus. The green lotus corpse that was initially dead and filled with cracks suddenly released a trace of vitality after being washed by the primordial divine spring. Immediately after, that trace of vitality grew stronger and more exuberant, enveloping the entire green lotus corpse. His initially shattered bones gradually healed. Multicolored light filled his jade green bones and his marrow was already flowing. The green lotus true body had actually regained his vitality. Su Zimo sensed something and the creation lotus platform moved. It returned to his glabella to guard the spirit platform. Instantly, a mysterious connection was formed between him and the green lotus true body. In the grand hall, something moved within the divine spring. Biming Shui could not help but turn back. Above the pool, a green lotus grew. At the top of the lotus stem, a flower bud blossomed slowly with layers of lotus petals opening up. The innermost lotus was smaller and the outermost lotus was the largest. Each circle consisted of 9 lotus petals. There were a total of 7 rounds. The 63 lotus petals shone with the golden dew of the divine spring and were filled with vitality. The lotus platform was green and transparent, spewing out 63 rays of green light that danced in midair before returning to the lotus cave. So beautiful! Biming Shui exclaimed. Even though she saw that, she did not know what happened. Given her experience, she didn't even know what that green lotus was. However, if the conjoined body mighty figures of the three aristocratic families saw it, they would definitely be shocked. That was because it was a creation green lotus. Furthermore, it was a grade 7 creation green lotus. Although the creation green lotus was destroyed by D. Fan, it was reborn in another manner. Su Zimo's bones were the stem of the lotus and his skin was the lotus leaves. They were connected to the creation lotus platform in his consciousness like one. He was a humanoid creation green lotus. Under the nourishment of the primordial divine spring, the creation green lotus that was initially a grade 6 fused with 3 supreme dermic bodies and finally grew to become a grade 7. That was also the reason why the green lotus true body was resurrected and successfully entered the conjoint body realm. Not many people in the cultivation world knew how terrifying a grade 7 creation green lotus was. Only Su Zimo knew that the weakness of his green lotus true body had vanished completely. The bloodline that flowed through Su Zimo's body was equivalent to the bloodline derived from a grade 7 creation green lotus. In the divine spring, Su Zimo laid at the bottom quietly. Flesh grew from his green bones and gradually filled them. His organs gradually evolved as well. His body was transforming into a true green lotus body. Above the pool, right under Bai Ming Shue's gaze, gigantic green lotus leaves floated up from the water and lined the surface of the water. A green lotus blossomed amidst the lotus leaves. Outside Bai Ming town, figures descended one after another and stood in the air. Every single figure seemed to be able to fuse with the entire world and was one, emitting a tremendous might. More than 30 conjoint body mighty figures of the Dongfang and Shiman aristocratic families arrived. The 3 aristocratic families dominated the south region and it has been a long time since they made such a huge move. Even the masters of the Dongfang and Shiman families were here. Indeed, no one from the Nangong family is coming. The Dongfang family master sneered. The Shiman family master had a calm expression as he said indifferently, "Since they're not here now, there's naturally no need for us to share the primordial divine spring with the Nangong family after we obtain it." "That's right." The Dongfang family master nodded. The conjoined body mighty figures were in no hurry to attack. Instead, they looked down at the gigantic cave beneath Baiming town. The Shiman family master closed his eyes for a moment and suddenly opened them. "Although I can't see the depths, the aura beneath is indeed filled with rich life force. Family master, let's attack." A mighty figure was eager and could not help but say, "I'm willing to be the first to enter and suppress Desolate Marshal." "What's the hurry?" The Shiman family master smiled gently. "The primordial divine spring and Tao Lord Desolate Marshal are beneath Baiming town. There's no way they can escape. Let's join forces and seal the space here first to prevent Tao Lord Desolate Marshal from using a transference talisman to teleport away." "That's right. Since we chose to attack today, we have to eliminate the root of the problem to prevent future troubles." The Dongfang family master was murderous as well. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The conjoined body mighty figures dispersed and scattered all over Baiming town. They conjured hand seals and released dermic powers one after another, entering the void to set up layers of restrictions. Before long, the space here was sealed by more than 30 conjoint body mighty figures. "Come, let's head down. Please." The 2 family masters had confident expressions and gave way to one another before continuing down the stone steps side by side. The remaining conjoint body mighty figures followed closely behind. The underground passage was not complicated and before long, the conjoint body mighty figures caught sight of a hall ahead. At the same time, Bai Ming Shui who was guarding the entrance of the hall caught sight of more than 30 conjoint body mighty figures, including the Dongfang and Shiman family masters. Bai Ming Shui's heart skipped a beat. Although she did not recognize the people who had arrived and could not tell the cultivation realms of those cultivators with her eyesight, she could sense immense danger from them. Without hesitation, she retreated and dodged behind a stone statue puppet. At the same time, the Shiman family master smiled and blinked. Suddenly, a golden light flashed through his eyes. Clang! The golden light burst forth from his eyes and arrived instantly, slashing a deep scar on the stone statue puppet. Visual technique. If Bai Ming-Shui had not reacted swiftly and hid herself beforehand, that visual technique would have been enough to kill her. Conjoint body mighty figures did not even have to move their fingers to kill a golden core. She's not dead? The Shiman family master frowned slightly and his expression darkened. It was truly embarrassing for a conjoint body mighty figure to fail in a personal attack to kill a golden core. Little girl, you're quite quick to react. The Shiman family master said indifferently with a sinister tone and murderous intent. In that short period of time, they had already closed into the hall without any pause and were only a few feet away. All of you, guard the entrance and don't let anyone in. Without my orders, anyone who trespasses into the hall shall be killed without mercy. Bai Ming-Shui ordered swiftly without wasting her breath on the Shiman family master and the others. Hum. 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 The initially silent stone statue puppets suddenly opened their eyes and released a series of divine lights, awakening completely. Bang! Boom! Boom! The stone statue puppets moved in unison and stood at the entrance of the hall wielding gigantic weapons like massive gods. Family master, look! Right then, a conjoint body mighty figure pointed in the direction of the hall with a shocked expression and exclaimed with widened eyes. The mighty figures of the two aristocratic families looked over and their gazes penetrated the stone statue puppets into the pool in the depths of the hall. A green lotus blossomed on the surface of the lake and swayed gently. The lotus stem was crystal clear like jade as gigantic lotus leaves lined the surface of the golden water, fluttering with the waves. This is... The crowd was shocked. Creation green lotus? Heavens! It's that utmost treasure of the universe. Let me count. It's a grade 7 creation green lotus. A conjoint body mighty figure's voice was trembling. To think that the Bai Ming clan would guard such a shocking secret. They sure hid it well. Every cultivator's eyes were filled with greed. Who wouldn't be tempted by an utmost treasure of the universe as such? Chapter 1379, Retreating in Defeat. Chapter 1379, Retreating in Defeat. The moment they saw the grade 7 creation green lotus, a mysterious change happened between the Dongfang and Shiman aristocratic families. The two aristocratic families could divide and occupy the primordial divine spring together. However, there was only a single grade 7 creation green lotus. Fufu. The Dongfang family master chuckled. Brother Shiman, we'll follow our original plan and rush in to suppress Desolate Marshal. As to who will get their hands on the grade 7 creation green lotus, why don't we take a breather and discuss it later? No problem. The Shiman family master nodded as well. If the two aristocratic families were to fight because of this universal utmost treasure before Desolate Marshal was suppressed, that would be the greatest joke. The gaze of the Dongfang family master shifted to the dozens of stone statue puppets at the entrance of the hall and he sneered, "Little girl, you're truly way too naive to think that you can stop us with just a few puppets. Brother Dongfang, don't underestimate these puppets. They are rather special to be able to block my visual technique," the Shiman family master said. "They're just a bunch of useless rocks without essence spirits and can't use dermic arts. What's the big deal?" The Dongfang family master waved his hand and ordered, "Attack." Two conjoint body mighty figures could not hold it in and appeared right away, charging towards the hall. Get lost. The mighty figure of the Dongfang aristocratic family wielded a gigantic spear. As the spear quivered, dermic powers surged and the void distorted, as though a vortex had formed that could devour and crush everything. In the hall, Bai Ming-Shui's face was pale. Although she was standing in the hall, the aftershock of the attack from a conjoint body mighty figure was enough to make her feel extremely uncomfortable. In fact, she could not even control her body as she staggered towards the entrance of the hall. The power of a conjoint body was way too strong. Bai Ming-Shui was only at the golden core realm after all. All of a sudden, The Grade 7 creation green lotus behind Biming Shui swayed gently and emanated rays of light that enveloped her, neutralizing the power of the conjoint body mighty figure. Biming Shui retreated hurriedly away from the entrance of the hall and could only command the 18 stone statue puppets to guard the hall. It's truly an utmost treasure of the universe. To think that it can possess such a mysterious power to be able to protect its master on its own. Upon seeing that, the gazes of the conjoint body mighty figures of the two aristocratic families turned increasingly fervent. A stone statue puppet with a spear struck at the same time and thrust forward forcefully. There were no dermic powers or mysterious moves. However, an extremely terrifying power was released the moment it attacked. Boom! The two spears collided with a loud bang. The stone statue puppet did not retreat at all and managed to defend against the attack of the mighty figure of the Dongfang aristocratic family completely. A conjoint body mighty figure of the Shiman aristocratic family had already arrived. He swiped his storage bag and a cold flying sword appeared. Turning into a streak of light, it arrived before a stone statue puppet instantly. Clang! The sword was extremely fast and pierced the chest of the stone statue puppet instantly. It did not manage to pierce it at all. On the contrary, the stone statue puppet reacted and raised the gigantic sword in its hands, sending the flying sword flying into the distance. Upon seeing that, apart from the two family masters, the other conjoint body mighty figures attacked as well. The battlefield was not considered spacious and 18 stone statue puppets guarded the entrance of the hall. Although the attacks of the conjoint body mighty figures were ferocious, they could not charge in right away. The two family masters stood with their hands behind their backs in no hurry. Indeed, those stone statue puppets were extremely unique and their combat strength was comparable to conjoint body mighty figures. Even in the current puppet sect, they were extremely rare. Furthermore, those stone statue puppets were invulnerable to weapons and possessed immense strength. Even some mighty figure dermic weapons could not damage their foundation. Of course, the two family masters had already discovered the weakness of the stone statue puppets within that short period of time. Firstly, the stone statue puppets had been buried for too long. Passed down from the ancient era until now, even the best rocks were inevitably corroded by time and were far inferior compared to before. Even the lifespan of a Mahayana patriarch was only 100,000 years. Countless 100,000 years have passed since the ancient era. The two family masters watched carefully. Although mighty figure dermic weapons could not severely injure the stone statue puppets, some stone fragments would definitely be chipped off after the puppets were struck. The reason why puppets could move like living beings was because of the existence of seals. If the seals on the puppets were destroyed, the puppets would become a bunch of useless rocks without any combat strength. Furthermore, the stone statue puppets could not use dermic arts and they were slow and not as agile as cultivators. Before long, the stone statue puppets were filled with injuries. Cracks appeared one after another on their massive bodies. Some of the ancient seals on the puppets had already been destroyed and they were moving even slower and much weaker than before. Brother Shiman, let's attack as well lest there are lingering problems. The Dongfang family master said idly. All right. The Shiman family master nodded slightly. In a flash, his sleeves fluttered and his palms shone with a resplendent glow. The weapon of the Shiman family master was a pair of iron gloves. They were made from the fallen stars in the skies and were indestructible. It was a true connate mighty figure dermic weapon. Bang! The Shiman family master arrived at a stone statue puppet and raised his arm, smashing it on the head. The stone statue puppet was sent flying and smashed heavily onto the ground. Cracks appeared densely on its head. The divine light in the eyes of the stone statue puppet gradually dimmed as well. Although the stone statue puppet could still struggle and stand up, it no longer had any combat strength. The Dongfang family master had already crippled a stone statue puppet as well. The stalemate was broken the moment the two of them joined the battlefield. The 18 stone statue puppets revealed openings as well. The remaining conjoint body mighty figures roared and released a powerful attack. Before long, a gigantic hole was torn open and they charged in. Bai Mingshue's heart skipped a beat. In the blink of an eye, 5 of the 18 stone statue puppets were crippled and the remaining 13 were filled with injuries. Some of them could not even stand steadily. Naturally, the entrance of the hall could not be defended and the remaining stone statue puppets retreated into the hall. The 2 family masters led more than 30 conjoint body mighty figures to swarm in. Fufu. The Dongfang family master smiled gently and declared loudly, "Little girl, I've already said that it's a fool's dream for you to think that you can stop us with these lousy rocks." "Where's Desolate Marshal?" the Shiman family master asked coldly. Bai Mingxue was drenched in sweat against the might of a group of conjoint body mighty figures. She could barely withstand the pressure and wanted to kneel on the ground. However, she had a stubborn and unyielding character and remained silent against the questions of a conjoint body mighty figure. "Not telling?" The Shiman family master's expression turned cold as he said coldly, "If you don't tell me, I have a way to make you tell me." Just as he was about to attack, the conjoint body mighty figure at the side suddenly exclaimed, "Ah, the creation green lotus is gone." Everyone turned over. Indeed, the creation green lotus vanished from the golden pool as though it had never appeared. How could that be? The cultivators were bewildered. The 2 family masters frowned as well. All of a sudden, a possibility crossed their minds. Brup. Brup. Right then, a few bubbles appeared on the golden water surface. Under the gazes of the cultivators, a figure gradually floated to the surface. Chapter 1380, Ruptured. Chapter 1380, Ruptured. Swoosh. The sound of water echoed as a figure walked out of the primordial divine spring drenched. The figure merely shuddered gently and the water vapor around him vanished. He had black hair, green robes and refined features. His body could be described as perfect and shone with a green glow. His skin was crystal clear as though it was carved from divine jade and a tremendous amount of life force almost seeped out from his body. His eyes shone brightly with a divine glint. He did not look like a human cultivator at all. On the contrary, he looked like a godly being that could not be ignored. Even just by standing there, he exuded a terrifying aura that made one feel like prostrating. Some conjoint body mighty figures were shocked and they saw that figure. When the gazes of many mighty figures met with that figure, they felt a little scared and avoided it instinctively. Their expressions changed slightly as well. The Shiman family master narrowed his eyes and his pupils constricted. "Dao Lord Desolate Marshal." "I'm Desolate Marshal," Su Zimo said slowly. The moment he said that, the mighty figures of the 2 aristocratic families suddenly became restless. When those words were spoken, it was clear that they still created quite a bit of shock for the conjoint body mighty figures. "Your injuries have healed?" The gaze of the Shiman family master swept past Su Zimo and he was secretly alarmed as he probed. "Completely," Su Zimo replied indifferently. "Furthermore, let me correct you of a mistake. I'm not a Dharma characteristic Tao Lord, but a conjoint body mighty figure." Both family masters shuddered. However, the 2 of them had high statuses and immense combat strength. Even at the conjoint body realm, they were top-tier experts and could still maintain their composure against Su Zimo who had just entered the conjoint body realm. Expressionlessly, Su Zimo asked indifferently, "Were you the ones who wanted to kill me earlier on?" "I'm the master of the Shiman aristocratic family, Shiman Tao." Shiman Tao nodded slightly at Desolate Marshal. "I'm Dongfang Xian, the master of the Dongfang aristocratic family." Dongfang Xian smiled gently. "Fellow Daoist Desolate Marshal, you must be joking. We're only here for the primordial divine spring. As long as you give way, our 2 aristocratic families will definitely not be enemies with you." After knowing that Su Zimo had entered the conjoint body realm, Dongfang Xian changed his plan at the last minute and took a step back. "That's right." Shiman Tao nodded as well. "Oh." Su Zimo raised his brow and asked, "And if I refuse?" The expressions of the 2 family masters darkened. The temperature in the hall dipped instantly after Su Zimo's question. After a long silence, Shimen Tao said slowly, "Desolate Marshal, you're alone. You won't be able to protect this primordial divine spring. I've never thought of taking over this divine spring. However, the owner of this divine spring is the Baiming clan, not you guys," Su Zimo said. "The Baiming clan is dead." Dongfang Xian sneered. "As long as there is somebody left in the Baiming clan, you guys can't taint this divine spring." Although Su Zimo's tone was calm, it carried an unquestionable power. "Desolate Marshal, are you declaring war against our two aristocratic families?" Shimen Tao finally revealed a look of impatience and said coldly with a murderous expression. "Trying to use the might of your two aristocratic families to suppress me?" Su Zimo sneered, "I've just entered the conjoint body realm and don't wish to kill anyone. It's not too late for you guys to leave now. Also, don't harbor designs on this divine spring anymore in the future." "Ha ha ha ha." Dongfang Xian laughed instead out of anger and shook his head. "Desolate Marshal, you're way too arrogant. Do you really think that our two aristocratic families are weak? I heard that you're invincible, Desolate Marshal. Since this is a rare opportunity for us to meet today, we'll test out that statement." Shimen Tao said coldly as well. "As you wish." Before his sentence was finished, Su Zimo had already attacked. He strode forward and stomped on the ground, causing the entire hall to quake violently and the ground to explode. "How dare you!" There was no way Shimen Tao would have expected that Su Zimo would dare to attack first without any warning against the encirclement of more than 30 conjoint body mighty figures. Su Zimo opened his palm and grabbed Shimen Tao's head. His fingernails shone with a green cold glint that was incomparably sharp. Before his palm descended, Shimen Tao already felt a sharp pain on his scalp. "You must have a death wish." Shimen Tao let out a long roar and his blood chi surged. His glove shone brightly as he channeled his blood chi and punched Su Zimo's palm. Su Zimo did not move at all and his palm turned into a fist, colliding heavily against Shimen Tao's fist. Bang! The two fists collided. Accompanied by a loud bang, a colorful dermic power light burst forth from the collision point and spread in all directions. Shimen Tao's expression changed starkly. He carried a connate mighty figure dermic weapon on his palm. Initially, he thought that he could cripple Su Zimo's arm with that punch. However, he did not expect that Su Zimo would be able to defend against his connate dermic weapon with his body of flesh alone. How is that possible? Shimen Tao was shocked and his face flushed red. His blood chi and dermic powers were already pushed to their limits. "Is that all you've got?" Su Zimo was calm and composed as he asked indifferently. All of a sudden, he retracted his fist and attacked once more. The moment he threw that punch, the blood chi in his body surged with a deafening sound of tsunami. Tsunami blood. After the green Lotus true body transformed, his bloodline had already reached the tsunami blood realm. Bang! The two fists collided once more. Crack! 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 The sound of bones cracking could be heard from Shimen Tao's arm. Almost instantly, the bones on his arm shattered completely before exploding into a blood mist. The power of Su Zimo's punch was way too strong and ruptured one of Shimen Tao's arms. Arg! Shimen Tao shrieked tragically and retreated rapidly. For conjoint body mighty figures, a severed arm was not considered a serious injury. In the blink of an eye, they could activate dermic powers and regrow it. However, the pain was embedded in his bones. At the same time, the remaining 30 conjoint body mighty figures attacked one after another. Su Zimo wrapped his arm gently behind him and shielded Baiming Shui against the incoming dermic arts and weapons as he returned a flurry of punches fearlessly. Bang! 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 Be it dermic arts or weapons, everything was blocked by Su Zimo's fists as they blanketed over the place. The crowd was shocked. That was a body of flesh and blood. Desolate Marshal who had entered the conjoint body realm had actually cultivated his body to such a realm? In truth, the current Su Zimo was a humanoid creation green lotus. Furthermore, it was a grade 7 creation green lotus that was comparable to a Khanate mighty figure dermic weapon. What dermic weapon could hurt him? Su Zimo felt the life essence in his body rumbling furiously. His organs shone with a divine light and his flesh was pure and flawless while his bones shone with a green glow. Every single move he made could release an unprecedented power. This was not only the heaven and earth might of the conjoint body realm, but also the power of the grade 7 creation green lotus itself. Su Zimo had just entered the conjoint body realm and his green lotus true body had transformed. He was delighted and did not even use any dermic arts or secret skills. With just a pair of fists, he blocked the attacks of more than 30 conjoint body mighty figures. Chapter 1381, Arrival of a Half-Martial Ancestor. Chapter 1381, Arrival of a Half-Martial Ancestor. This. The conjoint body mighty figures present were shocked and felt their scalps tingle. In their eyes, the current Su Zimo was like an unstoppable divine being with unparalleled might that could not be offended. Legend has it that in the Battle of Heaven and Earth Valley, this clone of Tao Lord Desolate Martial had the most terrifying dermic arts, secret skills and heaven and earth dharma characteristics. Its bloodline was relatively weaker and it was not strong in melee combat. But now, Desolate Martial could fight them without using any dermic arts or secret skills and was not disadvantaged. Fufufu. Suddenly, Su Zimo laughed. He had just entered the conjoint body realm and was not familiar with the power of the conjoint body realm. Therefore, he merely defended passively and had yet to take the initiative to attack. But now, after the series of attacks, Su Zimo was gradually gaining control of that power. You want to kill me with such methods? Su Zimo's gaze intensified and with a bang, he vanished from the spot. Because his movement technique was too fast, the void distorted everywhere his figure passed. Instantly, Su Zimo arrived before a conjoint body mighty figure and his blood chi surged. Without any unnecessary movements, he raised his fist and punched. The conjoint body mighty figure raised the dermic weapon in his hands and blocked reluctantly. Boom! There was a deafening sound. That mighty figure dermic weapon was shattered by Su Zimo's fist. Countless shards flew back and entered the conjoint body mighty figure's body. Among them, a few shards even pierced the person's face and through his consciousness, destroying his essence spirit on the spot. The figure fell from midair. A single punch. A conjoint body mighty figure was dead. When they saw that, many mighty figures shuddered. At their cultivation realm, they were almost at the peak of Tianhuang mainland. Mahayana patriarchs were in seclusion most of the time and some half-martial ancestors rarely appeared as well. Conjoint body mighty figures were almost considered as the top experts of the major sects and factions. But now that a conjoint body mighty figure was killed by a single punch, everyone felt a sense of fear. Cultivation was not easy. It was especially so to be able to cultivate to their cultivation realm. None of them wanted to die. However, once the battle began, they no longer had a choice. Su Zimo's counterattack had just begun. Boom! On the battlefield, Su Zimo did not have any secret skills or trump cards. He merely relied on his physique and bloodline to rampage wildly without anyone being able to defend against his power. Or rather, none of the conjoint body mighty figures present could suppress the grade 7 creation green lotus. Those that clashed head-on with Su Zimo would be severely injured or dead. Fresh blood splattered everywhere in the hall. Biming Shui hid in the depths of the primordial divine spring, afraid that she would be splashed by the blood of those mighty figures. The energy contained by a single drop of blood from a mighty figure could regrow a severed arm and could destroy a golden core with ease. This battle was way too distant for Biming Shui. However, being able to witness such a fight between mighty figures was an immense boost to her perspective as well. Biming Shui hid in a corner of the primordial divine spring and curled up slightly with a tense expression. Right then, she suddenly felt a strange movement in the water current beneath the divine spring, as though something was swimming towards her. She was alarmed, but she endured it without crying out. She was afraid that Su Zimo would be affected because of her. With that slight delay, the thing had already arrived beside her and circled around her. It even touched her gently as though it had no ill intentions. What is this? Bai Ming Shui was slightly relieved and looked down. Beneath the divine spring seemed to be a gigantic oval stone. Its surface was rough with mysterious patterns. Instinctively, she reached out and touched the stone carefully. The stone did not dodge and even rubbed against Bai Ming Shui's palm as though it was sentient. How amazing! Bai Ming Shui thought to herself. It was as though she could sense that the stone was comforting her by telling her to relax and not worry. Boom! Another loud bang sounded from the hall. Instinctively, Bai Ming Shui looked up. In midair, another conjoint body mighty figure descended. There was no longer any life in his body and he was already dead. In that short period of time, more than 10 conjoint body mighty figures had died in Su Zimo's hands. Although these people were conjoint body mighty figures, they had not headed to Heaven and Earth Valley, let alone witness that earth-shaking battle personally. It was only at that moment that they felt the fear brought forth by Desolate Marshal. However, the two family masters still did not retreat. Desolate Marshal, you're dead. Dongfang Xian said coldly, when I heard that there's a primordial divine spring here, I already guessed that there's a chance for your cultivation to recover. Therefore, I've already informed the half-martial ancestor experts of the family clan to rush over. Part of the reason why Dongfang Xian notified the half-martial ancestors was because he was worried about Su Zimo. At the same time, it was preparation for the fight for the primordial divine spring. If nothing goes wrong, the half-martial ancestors of our Shiman family have already arrived as well. Shiman Tao said slowly, Desolate Marshal, the foundation of our ancient aristocratic families is not something you can imagine. If you want to fight against the ancient aristocratic families single-handedly, you're akin to a mantis trying to stop a chariot. You're courting death. Oh. However, Su Zimo's expression was calm when he heard that half-martial ancestors had arrived. He merely raised his brows slightly. Since the half-martial ancestors have arrived, there's no need to hide anymore. I want to see who's the one with a death wish. Desolate Marshal, you're way too arrogant. Right then, a figure suddenly appeared at the entrance of the hall and walked in slowly, as though he appeared out of thin air. The figure wore a simple Dao robe and looked to be in his middle years. Although he had an ordinary appearance, he stood there with a noble aura. The moment the middle-aged man appeared, a mysterious change happened in the battlefield. Greetings, Elder Life Severing. All the mighty figures of the Dongfang aristocratic family, Dongfang Xian included, retreated hurriedly and bowed when they saw the middle-aged man. The Grand Elder of the Dongfang aristocratic family was also a half-martial ancestor expert and his Dao title was Life Severing. Fufu, Desolate Marshal, seems like D Fan's lesson was not enough for you. Another voice sounded in the hall. An old lady walked in slowly with a hunched back. Her hair was disheveled and she smiled sinisterly with only a few teeth left in her mouth. Greetings, Elder Silver Hoop. Shiman Tao and the others were delighted when they saw the old lady. It was a half-martial ancestor expert of the Shiman aristocratic family. In the blink of an eye, the appearance of two experts of the half-martial ancestor realm changed the situation. Even in terms of aura, it seemed as though the two aristocratic families had the upper hand. Bai Ming Shui's heart skipped a beat once more. Although these experts were extremely far away from her, she knew that half-martial ancestor experts were much stronger than conjoint body mighty figures. However, there was no fear on Su Zimo's face. On the contrary, a mocking look flashed through his eyes as he smiled gently. Things are no longer the same as the past today now that I've advanced to the conjoint body realm. You guys are way too naive if you think that you can teach me a lesson with just half-martial ancestors. Chapter 1382, Desolate Marshal has gone mad. Chapter 1382, Desolate Marshal has gone mad, he 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 he. The old lady laughed. Her voice was sharp and unpleasant. Did I hear wrongly? Desolate Marshal, you're actually mocking our naivety? She had a cold gaze and glared at Su Zimo. Seems like you truly know nothing about half-martial ancestor experts. Elder Life Severing said indifferently as well, Desolate Marshal, if you bow down now, I can make the decision for today's matter and let bygones be bygones. Everyone was shocked. Elder Life Severing. Dongfang Xian could not help but say, Desolate Marshal killed so many of our conjoint body mighty figures. We can't let him leave. Desolate Marshal has to pay with his blood. Elder Life Severing did not say anything and merely glared. Dongfang Xian's heart skipped a beat and he shut his mouth immediately. Elder Life Severing looked at Su Zimo with a strange glint in his eyes as he said temptingly, Desolate Marshal, think about my suggestion. As long as you're willing to bow down and take a step back, I can let you leave. How dare you show off such a low-level bewitchment technique? Is that all a half-martial ancestor can do? Su Zimo gave a fake smile and looked at Elder Life Severing as though he was looking at an idiot. When he founded the martial Dao and imparted martial arts to all living beings, his mental will had already reached its peak and it was rare for anyone to be able to affect his mind. Even Demoness Ji, who was best at bewitchment, had difficulty bewitching him. The only time Su Zimo was struck by it was in the Grand Primordium Ancient Temple. At that time, he lost to Monk Daming. However, later on, he managed to break free from Monk Daming's illusion technique. Elder Life Severing said that intentionally to tempt Su Zimo. As long as Su Zimo hesitated, he would definitely reveal an opening. That would be the moment for Elder Life Severing to attack. However, he had not expected that Su Zimo would be unmoved with his strong will. More importantly, after entering the conjoint body realm and the creation Green Lotus grew to grade 7, he no longer had any fear towards a half-martial ancestor. On the contrary, Su Zimo was rather eager to try. Ever since the Dao inheritance ground, he had not been able to escape the threat of a half-martial ancestor. Di Fan had almost taken his life twice. But today, he had the rare opportunity of meeting half-martial ancestors who were even from super sects. Su Zimo wanted to test their strength. Life Severing, why waste your breath on him? Just kill him. The old lady said coldly and waved her sleeves. Instantly, 2 silver beams of light shot out from her sleeves and arrived before Su Zimo with buzzing sounds. It was a pair of silver hoops. It was also the old lady's famous dermic weapon that was indestructible. Su Zimo's blood chi surged and his gaze burned. Against the dermic weapon of a half-martial ancestor expert, he did not have any intention of dodging. Raising his arms, he clenched them into fists and punched towards the silver hoops. You must have a death wish. A vicious glint flashed through the old lady's eyes. When he saw that, Elder Life Severing shook his head as well. To think that Desolate Marshal is not only arrogant, he's ignorant as well. To try and use his physical body to receive a dermic weapon of a half-martial ancestor, that's... Before Elder Life Severing could finish his sentence, a loud bang sounded from midair. Boom! Almost at the same time, his fists collided against the silver hoops. Immediately after, the expressions of the old lady and Su Zimo changed at the same time. Impossible. The old lady widened her hazy eyes and looked at everything in disbelief. Her dermic weapon did not cripple Su Zimo's hands. Elder Life Severing could not continue either as a look of shock flashed through his eyes. On the other side, Su Zimo frowned as well. The old lady's dermic weapon was clearly much stronger than other mighty figure dermic weapons. Right now, he was a humanoid creation Green Lotus. A grade 7 creation Green Lotus was comparable to a connate mighty figure dermic weapon. But now, although he managed to defend against the pair of silver hoops, his hands felt a sharp pain and were slightly numb. Well. The old lady nodded repeatedly. No wonder he's so arrogant. So, he does have some capabilities indeed. After pausing for a moment, she changed the topic. However, if that's all you've got, Desolate Marshal will be removed from the cultivation world in the future. To be honest, I only used 70% of my strength earlier on. The old lady even laughed sinisterly towards the end. Oh, is that so? Su Zimo replied indifferently, I only used 50% of my strength earlier on. You sure are sharp-tongued. The old lady's expression darkened as she shrieked, prepare to die. What are you guys waiting for? Go and capture that slut of the Biming aristocratic family. There must be more secrets on that slut. This old lady was indeed sharp. When Dongfang Xian, Shimen Tao, and the others reached this place, they realized right away that the secret guarded by the Biming clan was the primordial divine spring and the creation green lotus. However, the old lady could sense that something was amiss. In reality, the secret guarded by the Biming clan was not the primordial divine spring, but a Kuan Peng egg. Elder Life Severing stood out as well. With a flick of his wrist, a chilling long sword appeared in his palm with a domineering sharpness. The moment the sword was revealed, the temperature in the hall plummeted. This sword is called Life Severing. Elder Life Severing said, up till this point of my cultivation, there have been countless paragons and monster incarnates who died to life severing. You, Desolate Marshal, will be one of them. Before his sentence was finished, Elder Life Severing attacked at the same time. The tides had turned entirely. Both half-martial ancestors attacked Su Zimo at the same time. As for Dongfang Xian, Shimen Tao, and the other conjoint body mighty figures, they moved one after another as well. They circled around Su Zimo and charged towards Biming Shui in the primordial divine spring. Any single conjoint body mighty figure could suppress Biming Shui, let alone so many. Su Zimo's expression turned cold. I think all of you have death wishes. Suddenly, Su Zimo roared and channeled his essence spirit. This was the first time he had channeled his essence spirit after entering the conjoint body realm. His massive spirit consciousness spread and endless dermic powers circled around him. Su Zimo's fingers moved nimbly as he conjured hand seals repeatedly. His speed was so fast that afterimages were even formed. Great Sanskrit Light Fist. Sandstorm. Apocalyptic Fiend Fist. Om. Ma. Ni. Pa. Me. Hom. Fiend Suppression Seal, Demon Subduing Seal, Immortal Trap Seal, Immovable Foundation Seal, Great Vajra Will Seal, Great Mount Meru Seal. The six-worded Daming Mantra. The Daming Dermic Seals. Dermic arts burst forth from Su Zimo's hands one after another in an astounding manner. The dermic arts that Su Zimo cultivated were all top tier in the cultivation world and were shockingly powerful to begin with. Now that he was at the conjoint body realm, the power of those dermic arts were already at their limits. None of the dermic arts were directed towards the two half-martial ancestors. Instead, they were directed towards Dongfang Xian, Shimen Tao, and the other conjoint body mighty figures. It was as though the apocalypse had arrived and the sky was collapsing. The entire hall was on the verge of collapsing. Fuck, Desolate Marshal has gone mad. Shimen Tao was terrified and lost his composure momentarily, cursing uncontrollably. There was no way he would have expected that Desolate Marshal would ignore the two half-martial ancestors and attack them instead. Chapter 1383, Secret of the Half-Martial Ancestors. Chapter 1383, Secret of the Half-Martial Ancestors. Impossible. When they saw that, the two half-martial ancestors were shocked. They were not even this shocked when Su Zimo's body could defend against their dermic weapons. However, this scene had completely exceeded their understanding. Under normal circumstances, ordinary cultivators could only release a single dermic art at a time. Some powerful paragons could release 2 or 3 instantly. For example, some peerless monster incarnates might be able to release 5 or 6. This was not merely a matter of whether one's essence spirit was strong enough. Rather, there would definitely be a pause after releasing a dermic art. The logic was the same as punching. If one wanted to make a second punch, they had to retract their fist and punch again. What was up with someone like Su Zimo who could release more than 30 top-tier dermic arts in one go? Although the two half-martial ancestors had lived for more than 10,000 years, they had never seen such a situation in the cultivation world. If the 30-odd dermic arts were not targeted at Dongfang Xian, Shimen Tao, and the others but were released towards them, while they might not necessarily be injured, they would definitely not feel good either. Actually, it was only logical that the two of them did not know about this. Apart from the fact that the black-haired essence spirit possessed the essence of the immortal, Buddhist, and fiend sex and was incomparably pure, there was another reason why Su Zimo was able to do it. It was the creation green lotus. The creation green lotus was an utmost treasure of the universe. Apart from its immense power, there were many other mysterious aspects to it. Right now, the creation lotus platform was spiraling in Su Zimo's consciousness and swiveled slowly beneath the black-haired essence spirit. The lotus petals were filled with a divine glow and the 63 lotus holes spewed with rays of light, providing a steady stream of power to the black-haired essence spirit. That was the reason why Su Zimo was able to release a flurry of ferocious dermic arts instantly. In truth, this was an ability that was already born after the creation lotus platform was resurrected beneath Gu sect. But now, the creation lotus platform had already transformed to grade 7 and released that power to its limits. His attack was earth-shattering. Desolate Marshal, you can't blame us if you have a death wish. The old lady said sinisterly, life-severing, don't hold back. Kill him directly. Before her sentence was finished, the old lady grabbed a pair of silver hoops with both hands and threw them forward viciously. The silver hoops turned into two cold beams of light and arrived before Su Zimo instantly. At the same time, Elder Life-Severing attacked and struck the sword in his hands. The blade quivered. In midair, it was as though it had transformed into a slithering poisonous snake. Emitting a cold aura, it bared its poisoned teeth and bit towards Su Zimo. Two dermic weapons had arrived at the same time. This time round, neither of the half-martial ancestors held back. Desolate Marshal, who doesn't know how to brag? Let's see where else you have 50% of your strength left. The old lady sneered. Earlier on, when Su Zimo defended against the old lady's attack, he said that he only used 50% of his strength. How could the old lady believe that? Alright, I'll let you witness my methods. Su Zimo's gaze intensified and his glabella shone. A green lotus platform flew out, filled with millions of green rays of light. It was bedazzling and charged towards the silver hoops and sword. Clang! Clang! The sound of metal clashing echoed and sparks flew. The silver hoops revealed their true form and the sword of life-severing revealed its blade as well. There was a slight pause. Suddenly, the three weapons exploded and turned into streaks of light that flew back respectively. There was nothing to elaborate on the grade 7 creation lotus platform, it was an utmost treasure of the universe. As for dermic weapons of the two half-martial ancestors, they were far more powerful than mighty figure dermic weapons. The power released by the collision of the three weapons was way too terrifying. If not for the creation lotus platform, even a Khanate mighty figure dermic weapon would be smashed into pieces. Bang! 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 Right then, the 30-odd top-grade dermic arts released by Su Zimo earlier on had already descended and collided against the attacks of Dongfang Xian, Shimen Tao, and the others. There was a deafening bang. Some conjoint body mighty figures could survive against dermic arts that were relatively weaker, such as the fiend suppression, demon subduing, and immortal trap seals, and would merely be severely injured on the ground. However, some conjoint body mighty figures were shattered on the spot against dermic arts like the Great Mount Meru seal and Great Vajrawil seal. Some conjoint body mighty figures were struck by 2 or 3 dermic arts. They exploded on the spot and turned into blood mists. There was no corpse left and their essence spirits dissipated right away. In the blink of an eye, the outcome of this battle was decided. Although it was short, it was extremely shocking. The battlefield was strewn with corpses and fresh blood was dripping in an extremely tragic manner. Bai Ming Shui widened her beautiful eyes and forgot to breathe. More than half of the remaining 20 conjoint body mighty figures were killed by Su Zimo with a single attack. Dongfang Xian, Shimen Tao, and a few others were the only ones left. There were only 5 of them. Among them, 2 mighty figures were most likely going to die, as well as their life forces drained rapidly. If not for the fact that the 2 family masters had some life-saving talismans and methods, they would have died on the spot as well. Both of them shuddered and looked at Su Zimo with fear in their eyes. Desolate Marshal. When she saw that, the old lady's eyes widened and she grit her teeth in hatred. Although the Shimen aristocratic family still had conjoint body mighty figures, the losses today were way too great. The lifespan of a mighty figure was only 20,000 years. Up to 20,000 years of consolidation, so many of them were killed by Desolate Marshal just like that. The old lady was filled with killing intent. Seeing that her attack missed, she struck once more without giving Su Zimo any chance to catch his breath. She conjured strange hand seals with both hands that possessed a shuddering power. Her withered palms waved forward and a cold beam of light swept past like a cold moon. It was silent and emitted a chilling aura. Buzz. Buzz. Thin tears appeared in the void wherever the cold moon passed. Even the void could not withstand the power of that cold moon. Su Zimo's pupils constricted slightly. The power of that cold moon seemed to have surpassed the limits of dermic powers. His hairs stood on end. Could it be? Su Zimo's heart skipped a beat. Right then, Elder Life Severing was also channeling his spirit consciousness wildly, conjuring a sword art and tapping it gently towards Su Zimo. A cold light burst forth from Elder Life Severing's fingertip. It was neither fast nor slow. However, that cold light emitted an extremely dangerous aura. Desolate Marshal, you have to pay for your insolence and ignorance. Elder Life Severing said coldly, although a half-martial ancestor has not entered the Mahayana realm, we can kill conjoint body mighty figures with ease because a half-martial ancestor has already comprehended a trace of divine power. Su Zimo realized what was happening and no longer had any doubts. There was a saying from the ancient era. Spirit energy could not match dermic powers and dermic powers could not match divine powers. Earlier on, Su Zimo sensed that the power released by the old lady in Elder Life Severing seemed to have surpassed the limits of dermic powers. There was only a single possibility. Divine powers. Although it was only a trace of divine power, it was stronger and more terrifying than any dermic art. Chapter 1384, Against Divine Powers. Chapter 1384, Against Divine Powers. Although it was only a trickle of divine power, it created an insurmountable gap between a half-martial ancestor and a conjoint body mighty figure. Although it was only a trickle of divine power, the void in the hall could not withstand it and even revealed slight cracks. Desolate Marshal, let's see what else you have. The old lady shrieked with a vicious expression. At that moment, Desolate Marshal had just released more than 30 top-tier dermic arts and it was difficult for him to release them a second time in a short period of time. As for the Creation Lotus platform, it was sent flying due to the collision earlier on and was embedded in the wall of the hall, unable to rush over to help. Against the attacks of the 2 half-martial ancestors and the power of the 2 divine powers that spread through the air, Su Zimo no longer seemed to have any means of defending. Both the old lady and Elder Life Severing awaited Su Zimo's death. However, both of them suddenly felt uneasy when they looked at him. He was way too calm. It did not seem like the despair of surrendering despite knowing that he was going to die. It was as though Su Zimo had something to rely on. Impossible. Both of them denied it immediately. Even if Desolate Marshal had any trump cards left, how could he defend against the power of divine powers? The 2 of them were not convinced. Right then, Su Zimo took a deep breath of air and his blood chi surged, pushing his bloodline to its limits instantly. Bang! Boom! Boom! The sound of tsunami blood was deafening. Trying to defend against the power of divine powers with just tsunami blood? You truly don't know what's good for you. The old lady smiled coldly and was relieved. Right then, Elder Life Severing's expression changed as he exclaimed, "Something's not right." The old lady also noticed something amiss and her eyes widened. Both of them could sense that even after Su Zimo channeled his tsunami blood, his power of blood chi was still rising without any signs of stopping. Could it be? The two half-martial ancestors shuddered. Immediately after, they witnessed an incomparably shocking scene. A sparkling green lotus appeared behind Su Zimo and soared into the skies, as though it was about to burst through the entire hall. It shone with a resplendent light that spread out in a dazzling manner. This. Her lips trembled slightly and she could not continue. Bloodline phenomenon. Elder Life Severing said with difficulty. Above tsunami blood was the bloodline phenomenon. Throughout history, there were extremely few cultivators who could cultivate a bloodline phenomenon in each generation, and they were all the top monster incarnates of their respective sects. There had never been any bloodline phenomenon ranking in history. That was because there were way too few cultivators who could cultivate a bloodline phenomenon. Anyone who could cultivate one would be invincible among their peers. How could there be any rankings? However, bloodline phenomenons varied in strength as well. For example, the bloodline phenomenon derived from the dragon true body cultivating the mystic classic of the 12 demon kings of the great wilderness was extremely terrifying. The butterfly phantom that was formed at the end was even stronger and had yet to meet a match. As for this bloodline phenomenon of Su Zimo, it was extraordinary as well. It was a grade 7 creation green lotus. After entering the conjoint body realm this time round, the green lotus true body transformed and expelled all the impurities in his body. Even his physical body and bloodline became extremely pure. It was only logical that he could condense a bloodline phenomenon. Both the half-martial ancestors glared at Su Zimo. In a flash, Su Zimo's figure seemed to have vanished. In front of them, there was only a creation green lotus that connected the heavens and the earth that shone brightly and emitted an extremely terrifying power. At that moment, the power of their two divine powers descended and collided violently against the creation green lotus. Boom! There was a deafening sound. The entire space seemed to have frozen. Bai Ming Shui felt her ears sting and could no longer hear anything. Before long, her 5 senses vanished. She only gradually recovered her senses and consciousness when the water current in the divine spring surged and the stone emitted a strange power. Bang! Boom! Boom! The hall was on the verge of collapsing. Countless debris rolled down and dust billowed. Black cracks appeared in the void where they collided with a cold aura that seemed as though it could devour everything. That power shattered the void. They were evenly matched. Su Zimo's bloodline phenomenon had blocked the power of 2 divine powers. Of course, that was only the power of a half-martial ancestor's divine powers. Furthermore, it was just a trace that would be almost negligible compared to true divine powers. Dongfang Xian and Shimen Tao, who were hiding in a corner, gradually returned to their senses when they saw that. The creation green lotus that they saw outside the hall earlier on was not a treasure, it was the mighty figure Desolate Marshal. In midair, Su Zimo's figure reappeared and he retreated a few steps. The 2 half-martial ancestors retreated continuously as well. Both of their faces were slightly pale. On the surface, this clash seemed to be even. However, the old lady and Elder Life Severing were clearly disadvantaged. The old lady was almost 20,000 years old. Even if she was a half-martial ancestor and could live past 20,000 years, she would most likely not be able to live for much longer. Her blood chi was already starting to deteriorate. Elder Life Severing was relatively younger. However, no matter how young the 2 half-martial ancestors were, they could not compare to Su Zimo. Their physiques and bloodlines were worlds apart compared to him. The 2 half-martial ancestors suffered a slight loss in that clash. Of course, that small loss was almost nothing for half-martial ancestors. Desolate Marshal, why you? The old lady glared at Su Zimo. She wanted to say something harsh but could not bring herself to do it. Su Zimo had once said that he only used 50% of his strength. He was not exaggerating at all. The two half-martial ancestors exchanged glances. Both of them could see the deep cautiousness in the other's eyes. Within the cautiousness was even a hint of fear. Desolate Marshal had just entered the conjoint body realm. Even so, his combat strength was comparable to half-martial ancestors. Both the half-martial ancestors felt indignant. However, both of them knew that with Desolate Marshal here, it would probably be difficult for them to fight for the primordial divine spring today. Right now, the only solution was to leave as soon as possible to rush back to the family clan. At that time, they could gather the other half-martial ancestors to kill Desolate Marshal together. Ha 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 ha. Right then, loud laughter sounded from outside the hall. I heard that Desolate Marshal is the #1 monster incarnate in history. Now that I'm seeing him personally, I know that the rumors are true. A middle-aged man strode in with an extraordinary aura. He looked at Su Zimo, who was in midair, and cupped his fists. I'm Nangong Li, the master of the Nangong aristocratic family. Greetings, fellow Daoist Desolate Marshal. More than 10 conjoint body mighty figures stood behind Nangong Li. Nangong Ling was among them as well. The Nangong aristocratic family had arrived at long last. Su Zimo raised his head slightly and asked indifferently, the Nangong family wants to fight for the primordial divine spring as well? Nangong Li, are you only here now because you want to reap the rewards from the fight? That's quite a plan you have there, huh? Dongfang Xian said hatefully. Nangong Li smiled gently and ignored Dongfang Xian, merely saying to Su Zimo, fellow Daoist Desolate Marshal, you've misunderstood. The Nangong aristocratic family will definitely not be enemies with you and the Baiming clan. Chapter 1385, Heaven Slaying. Chapter 1385, Heaven Slaying. Right then, another group of cultivators walked over from outside the hall. Among them were Baiming Ao and some other Baiming clansmen. Little brother? Baiming Shui frowned slightly. Didn't I ask you guys to leave as soon as possible? Why are you back again? When Baiming Ao saw that Baiming Shui was a little angered, he explained hurriedly, we wanted to leave initially, but we didn't walk far before we were assaulted by some cultivators of the Shiman and Dongfang aristocratic families. Thankfully, experts of the Nangong aristocratic family arrived and saved us. The Baiming clan leader nodded as well. If that wasn't the case, the Baiming clan would have been annihilated, sigh. Baiming Shui was secretly shocked. To think that after the Dongfang Shiman aristocratic families learned of the secret of the Baiming clan, they did not hesitate at all and wanted to annihilate the Baiming clan completely. Thank you, seniors of the Nangong aristocratic family. Baiming Shui bowed deeply to Nangong Li and the others. She also knew that the reason why the Nangong aristocratic family was willing to step in was because of her master. Even so, it was a huge favor. Well said, well said. Nangong Li smiled gently. Girl, get up. There's no need to stand on courtesy. When he saw Baiming Shui bow over, Nangong Ling dodged hurriedly. Although his cultivation was higher than Baiming Shui, in terms of seniority, it was clear, he could not afford to have Baiming Shui bow to him. Su Zimo's expression softened as well. Nangong Li, as the master of the Nangong family, you're actually helping these bastard survivors of the Baiming aristocratic family. Does the Grand Elder of your Nangong family know about this? Elder Life Severing asked slowly. Of course I know. Right then, an old man with a dragon head walking stick walked in slowly. It was the half-martial ancestor expert of the Nangong aristocratic family, Elder Lan Tian. Lan Tian. The old lady hollered with a vicious expression, what's the meaning of this? Desolate Marshal has already released all his trump cards. As long as the three of us join forces, we'll be able to suppress him. At that time, our three aristocratic families can split the primordial divine spring evenly. Why not? Elder Lan Tian shook his head gently and sighed. Life Severing, Silver Hoop, stop. Stop. The old lady shrieked, how many people did that lad, Desolate Marshal, kill from our two aristocratic families? There are already 30 conjoint body mighty figures that died in his hands today. You want us to stop? Since Desolate Marshal chose to wage war against our two aristocratic families, he can dream about leaving the South region alive. Elder Life Severing had a cold expression as he exchanged glances with the old lady. Let's go. The two of them had already made up their minds to leave this place and rush back to their families to invite the other half-martial ancestor experts in their families. According to their calculations, if there were 5 half-martial ancestors, it would be enough to kill Desolate Marshal. Who gave you permission to leave? Right then, Su Zimo suddenly said something. His tone was calm, but there was a cold killing intent. The old lady in Elder Life Severing froze for a moment. Immediately, a mocking look flashed through their eyes. Foo-foo. Elder Life Severing could not help but laugh and shake his head. Why? You still want to stop us? I'll admit that you were indeed strong enough to challenge us the moment you advanced to the conjoint body realm. However, you must be dreaming if you think that you can stand in the way of our departure. This time round, even Elder Lan Tian agreed with Elder Life Severing. In his opinion, Su Zimo's combat strength was similar to the two half-martial ancestors and neither could do anything to the other. If the two of them wanted to leave, Su Zimo could not stop them either. However, Elder Lan Tian's identity was unique and he could not wage war against the half-martial ancestors of the Dongfang and Shiman aristocratic families easily. Otherwise, if the situation escalated continuously, there was a high chance that a massive battle between the aristocratic families would break out and the consequences would be unimaginable. You guys can leave if you want to. Su Zimo said indifferently. However, the two of you have to swear in front of me that you will not take revenge on the Baiming clan in the future. If you break that oath, the heavens will smite you. Haha. Elder Life Severing was so angry that he broke into laughter instead. You actually want us to make an oath for you? Kid Desolate Marshal, who do you think you are? The old lady could not hold it in either and cursed. You weren't even born when we became famous. Are you even worthy of us making an oath? The two half-martial ancestors had lived for so long and had never received such treatment. To them, Su Zimo's words were an insult. Neither of them realized that Su Zimo was truly giving them a chance to survive, a choice. Since you guys refuse to swear an oath, don't leave. In a flash, Su Zimo charged towards Elder Life Severing and the old lady. Let's go. Elder Life Severing and the old lady did not wish to be entangled with Su Zimo. Both of them hollered and turned to speed out of the hall. All of a sudden, a shuddering killing intent descended and the temperature in the hall plummeted. Even the two half-martial ancestors felt a sense of danger. Elder Life Severing and the old lady looked behind them as they sped forward. That single look revealed an incomparably shocking scene. TSK. 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 Su Zimo conjured a sword art with both hands and suddenly, blinding sword chi burst forth from his body in a flurry of thousands. Both the half-martial ancestors were shocked and their pupils constricted. Heaven-slaying sword chi. The heaven-slaying sword chi enveloped every single point of sight. Although the heaven-slaying sword chi was extremely powerful, it could not injure a half-martial ancestor who had comprehended a trace of divine power. However, the heaven-slaying sword chi released by Su Zimo's attack was not 1 or 2, nor was it 1,000, it was thousands. The heaven-slaying sword chi shook the heavens and earth, almost slicing the void into pieces and cutting off the escape paths of the two half-martial ancestors. Elder Life Severing and the old lady felt their eyes sting and tears flowed uncontrollably. Not to mention them, even Elder Lan Tian, who was outside the battlefield, was shocked and retreated instinctively, afraid that he would be embroiled in it. The thousands of heaven-slaying sword chi almost released a destructive might. Clang! 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 The old lady and Elder Life Severing were still fighting with their full strength. Controlling their destiny dermic weapons, they released countless talismans and trump cards to defend against the incoming sword chi. However, there were way too many sword chi that almost formed a sword sea that created raging tides and devoured the two of them. Poof! Poof. Poof. A blood mist spewed out. At that moment, the two family masters, Dongfang Xian and Shiman Tao, were curled up in a corner, completely dumbfounded. They had frightened expressions and their bodies were trembling slightly. They no longer had the bearing of aristocratic family masters. The two family masters finally realized how terrifying Desolate Marshal was. That fear would accompany them for life like a nightmare that could never be forgotten. Thud. Thud. Two bloodied figures fell from midair to the ground with weak auras. Their bodies were sliced countless times by the heaven-slaying sword Qi and their flesh were mangled beyond recognition. Half-martial ancestors were indeed powerful with immense vitality. Even after being minced by thousands of heaven-slaying sword Qi, they did not die immediately despite receiving such serious injuries and were still hanging on with a single breath. Of course, their consciousnesses were already shattered and pierced by the sword Qi. Even their essence spirits were injured by the sword Qi. There was no way they could survive. Chapter 1386, Joining Forces. Chapter 1386, Joining Forces. Desolate Marshal, Yu. Elder Life Severing's aura was weak and fresh blood gushed from his mouth continuously. He could not even continue speaking. His organs were pierced by the heaven-slaying sword Qi. No matter how exuberant a conjoint body mighty figure was, they wouldn't be able to recover from such serious injuries such as life force rapidly draining from their bodies. Lying on the ground, the old lady tried her best to turn around and glared at Su Zimo with dead fish eyes. Her essence spirit was destroyed and she died with grievances. Before long, Elder Life Severing died as well. Both half-martial ancestors were dead. They had not expected that Su Zimo would have another trump card. Furthermore, the moment he released it, he was going to take their lives with it. It was no wonder why the heaven-slaying sword art was one of the three ancient sword arts with shocking might. Up till this point of his cultivation, the heaven-slaying sword art had almost always been successful. Back then, the only time the heaven-slaying sword Qi was dissipated was when Dao Lord Hatred used the Hatred Sutra to defend against everything. Most of the time, almost no one in the same cultivation realm could defend against the sharpness of the heaven-slaying sword Qi. Of course, the heaven-slaying sword Qi was not invincible as well. At the very least, Sword Sect had the earth-slaying sword art that was not weaker than the heaven-slaying sword art. If a conjoint body mighty figure that cultivated the earth-slaying sword art was born, he would be able to compete against Su Zimo. Furthermore, it was said that above the heaven and earth-slaying sword arts, there was the human-slaying sword art that was even stronger. Also, Su Zimo knew that there were at least two monster incarnates who could defend against his attack. One was the Azura and the other was Monk Daming. Su Zimo's imagination was running wild and the cultivators in the hall were still in shock from earlier on, unable to snap out of it for a long time. Fellow Daoist Desolate Marshal, you're truly. A long time later, Elder Lan Tian smiled bitterly and hesitated. To think that even he was wrong. At the same time, he felt relieved internally. To be honest, there were two reasons why he did not join forces with the Dongfang and Shiman aristocratic families. One of them was because he was worried about Su Zimo's dragon true body. Another reason was because of Su Zimo's potential. However, he had not expected that the current Su Zimo alone was enough to make him feel fear. If he had chosen to join forces with the two aristocratic families, there would be 3 half-martial ancestor corpses on the ground right now instead of 2. The death of half-martial ancestors is probably going to make this matter irreconcilable. Elder Lan Tian sighed gently. With more than 30 conjoint body mighty figures and 2 half-martial ancestors dead, the feud between Su Zimo and the 2 aristocratic families was completely formed. Why? Su Zimo raised his brow. The patriarchs of those 2 aristocratic families will be alarmed? Right now, he was at the conjoint body realm. Even with his green lotus true body, he could fight against a half-martial ancestor. However, if he were to fight against a Mahayana patriarch, he would definitely die without any chance of winning. I don't think so. Elder Lan Tian was unsure as well. Under normal circumstances, patriarchs will not appear unless their families are about to be destroyed. Although that was the case, the blow to the two aristocratic families today was way too great. There was a high chance that the patriarchs would be alerted as well. Su Zimo had a calm expression. He would deal with whatever came his way. If a patriarch descended, he would just escape at the most. Now that he had entered the conjoint body realm and had grown completely, it was extremely difficult for patriarchs to kill him as well. Su Zimo turned around slowly and looked at Dongfang Xian and Shimen Tao. Of the more than 30 conjoint body mighty figures, only the 2 of them were left. Initially, there were 2 or 3 that survived. However, they were sucked into the heaven-slaying sword chi storm and were minced to death instantly. When Su Zimo looked over, the 2 of them shuddered with despair on their faces. The 2 of them were in high spirits before leading the mighty figures out. None of them expected to suffer such a devastating blow. Fellow Daoist Desolate Marshal, please show mercy. Dongfang Xian begged with a bitter expression. If nothing went wrong, he would have had more than 10,000 years to live. He did not want to die. Even if he had to give up his dignity, he had to give it a shot. Fellow Daoist Desolate Marshal, I'll definitely not be your enemy after I return. Shimen Tao swore hurriedly as well. Upon seeing that, everyone was filled with emotions. To think that the family masters of the 2 aristocratic families would end up kneeling to Desolate Marshal and wag their tails to beg for mercy. The scene of him killing 2 half-martial ancestors was way too terrifying. The 2 family masters were scared out of their wits. You guys can leave. Su Zimo had a mocking expression. After returning, tell your half-martial ancestors not to provoke me. Today's matter will end here. Why yes. The 2 family masters nodded repeatedly. We wouldn't dare to. That was the truth. Even if they wanted revenge, they would have to think about it at length or even invite the patriarch to come forth and kill Desolate Marshal. As though he could read their minds, Su Zimo continued, if you manage to invite the patriarch out of seclusion, you have to consider carefully. If I, Desolate Marshal, don't die, your 2 aristocratic families will never have peace in the future. That was a blatant threat. The 2 family masters shuddered in fear and shook their heads hurriedly. Fellow Daoist Desolate Marshal, you must be joking. We wouldn't dare to. Scram. Su Zimo said indifferently. When the 2 family masters heard that, they no longer dared to linger and turned to leave without turning back. In the blink of an eye, they vanished. The reason why Su Zimo released the 2 of them was because he needed them to send a message back. Today's matter would end here and he would not cause trouble for the 2 aristocratic families because of this either. However, if the 2 aristocratic families refused to stop, he would have no more reservations. Good moves, fellow Daoist Desolate Marshal. Elder Lan Tian nodded slightly and praised. Why is the Nangong family here today? Su Zimo turned and asked. No matter what, the Nangong family did not join forces with the 2 aristocratic families. Due to Nangong Ling, Su Zimo had a good impression of the Nangong family. We are also here because of the primordial divine spring. Elder Lan Tian said, however, fellow Daoist Desolate Marshal, please don't misunderstand. I merely wanted to ask how you are going to deal with this divine spring. This is a treasure of the Biming aristocratic family. I won't occupy it. Su Zimo said indifferently. Elder Lan Tian said, however, it would be difficult to guard this divine spring with just the current Biming clan alone. Fellow Daoist Desolate Marshal, you can't guard here forever. Su Zimo remained silent. Elder Lan Tian continued, I have a suggestion. My Nangong family will help the Biming clan protect this divine spring. During this period of time, my family will naturally do our best to help the Biming clansmen cultivate without hiding anything. If the Biming clan is in danger, we will help with all our might as well. In exchange for that, we want to share this divine spring as well. Fellow Daoist Desolate Marshal and everyone from the Biming clan, what do you think? Su Zimo said, this is a matter of the Biming clan. I won't interfere. Actually, this was the best option for the Biming clan. The Biming clan could only defend this primordial divine spring if they joined forces with the Nangong family. Otherwise, any sect or faction would be able to annihilate the Biming clan, let alone the Dongfang and Shiman aristocratic families. Chapter 1387, Disciple of a Half-Martial Ancestor. Chapter 1387, Disciple of a Half-Martial Ancestor. The Biming clan leader looked at Biming Shui and her brother. I'm already old. From now on, the Biming clan will have to rely on the two of you. You guys can make the decision for this matter. I won't stay in the family clan either. Biming Shui shook her head gently. My Dao cannot be found here. Little brother, make the decision. Su Zimo felt slightly relieved when he heard that. Biming Shui cultivated the martial Dao. Her world was the boundless cultivation world that contained countless secret opportunities outside, not this puny Biming town. If Biming Shui were to stay in Biming town to develop her family, no matter how talented she was, her attainments in the martial Dao would be limited. Sister, I'm still young. Please stay and help me. Biming Ao could not help but say reluctantly. He was only 15 years old after all. It was indeed a little cruel for him to bear the burden of reviving his family clan. A hesitant look flashed through Biming Shui's eyes as well. But soon, she made up her mind to leave Biming town and explore the cultivation world. The Biming clan was nearly annihilated today. The reason why the crisis was able to be resolved today was because of her master's powerful combat strength. No matter how large the family clan was or how many clansmen there were, without top-tier experts, it was inevitable that the clan would be annihilated. Therefore, it was better for Biming Shui to head out to train and grow rapidly rather than stay in Biming town. If she could cultivate to the conjoint body or Mahayana realm, as long as she was alive, there would come a day where the Biming aristocratic family could exist without danger. The siblings exchanged glances and understood each other's intentions without saying anything more. Biming Shui said gently, "Little brother, you've already grown up. No matter what decision you make, I'll support you." All right. Biming Ao grit his teeth. Since that's the case, I've decided to join forces with the Nangong aristocratic family. We'll write off our past grudges and share the divine spring. Nangong Ling and the others were delighted and heaved a sigh of relief. This was undoubtedly the best situation for the two aristocratic families. Even Elder Lan Tian nodded slightly and looked at Biming Ao with admiration. Prior to this, the three aristocratic families bullied the Biming aristocratic family and snatched their cultivation techniques, secret skills, treasures and resources. This was a feud that had lasted for many years. At such a young age, Biming Ao was already able to let go of these grudges for the sake of his family clan. With such a broad perspective, he was already starting to possess the bearing of a family master. He's also a good seedling. Elder Lan Tian muttered internally. Everyone was shocked by Biming Shui's talent, but Biming Ao was not weak either. After all, he was able to form a core at just 15 years old by relying on some inferior cultivation techniques and limited resources. Furthermore, he could even condense a golden core phenomenon that was already beyond most paragons. Su Zimo looked at Elder Lan Tian and said indifferently, "Fellow Daoist Lan Tian, if the Biming clan is willing to let go of their past grudges and share the divine spring with the Nangong aristocratic family, the Nangong family should express a gesture of goodwill as well, right?" The term fellow Daoist was used to refer to people of similar cultivation realms or statuses. However, Su Zimo was only at the conjoint body realm and Elder Lan Tian was a half-martial ancestor. Yet, Elder Lan Tian was not displeased in the slightest when he heard the words, fellow Daoist. Desolate Martial had just killed two half-martial ancestors. What was wrong with him using the term, fellow Daoist? Elder Lan Tian was pondering over a thought in his mind. When he heard that, he made a decision right away. Narrowing his gaze, he looked at Biming Ao and chuckled. "I'm still lacking a personal disciple. If you don't mind, I might be able to teach you a few things. A half-martial ancestor was taking in a disciple. This was a huge matter. Even the cultivators of the Nangong aristocratic family revealed looks of envy, let alone the Baiming clansmen. Baiming Shui was delighted as well. With that identity, no one would dare to lay their hands on Baiming Ao anymore. Anyone who dared to provoke a disciple of a half-martial ancestor would have to endure the wrath of a half-martial ancestor. Desolate Martial's influence was way too great. Many cultivators were secretly alarmed. Actually, even without Su Zimo's reminder, Elder Lan Tian had already thought of taking in a disciple. Little brother, hurry and greet your master. Baiming Shui reminded. Baiming Ao ran to Elder Lan Tian hurriedly and knelt down respectfully to greet his master. Well said, well said. Elder Lan Tian helped Baiming Ao up with a smile. Nangongli, the two of you should hang out more in the future. Elder Lan Tian said to Nangongli. Nangongli smiled bitterly in his heart. As the master of the Nangong aristocratic family and a conjoint body mighty figure, he had lived for close to 10,000 years. However, because of a single sentence from Elder Lan Tian, his seniority was now on par with a 15-year-old child like Baiming Ao. Brother. Baiming. Nangongli cupped his fists towards Baiming Ao and coughed gently. It was truly a strange sight to witness him addressing a 15-year-old as brothers. Fellow Daoist Desolate Martial, what plans do you have in the future? Elder Lan Tian turned to Su Zimo and asked. Before long, today's events would spread through the cultivation world. Every single action of Desolate Martial in the cultivation world would always attract countless gazes. I might continue my stay in the South region for a period of time. Su Zimo had something else in mind and replied vaguely without elaborating. Elder Lan Tian said, if you encounter any difficulties, you can send a message to the Nangong family too. If it's within our capabilities, we'll definitely do our best to help. In truth, those were just pleasantries. If Su Zimo were to fight against the Dongfang and Shiman aristocratic families, the Nangong aristocratic family would definitely not attack. If there's nothing else, everyone, please disperse first. Su Zimo said, this will be an important place protected by the Nangong and Baiming aristocratic families, and in the future, nobody will be allowed to step in casually. I will stay here for a few days. If there's anything, you can inform me from outside. He was chasing them away. Elder Lan Tian and the others left tactfully as well. Sister. Baiming Ao called softly and wanted to walk over. However, Baiming Shui shook her head. Little brother, leave this place with our clansmen first as well. Don't come down without my orders. Baiming Ao was stunned for a moment. Although he was filled with questions, he chose to listen to Baiming Shui and left the hall with his Baiming clansmen. Before long, Su Zimo and Baiming Shui were the only ones left in the hall. There were also many corpses and flesh strewn all over the ground. Master, is there anything? Baiming Shui whispered. Su Zimo nodded. There's indeed something. When she saw Su Zimo chasing everyone else away, she could vaguely guess that her master was hiding something that he did not wish for them to know about. It was something that had to be hidden from even the Baiming clansmen, let alone the Nangong family. What was it exactly? Right then, there was a swoosh. The divine spring beside them sounded and a gigantic stone flew out from the golden pool, rolling on the ground. The patterns on the surface of the gigantic rock surged with two extreme auras and they weaved together to form a devouring power, as though they were sucking the blood and flesh of the place in huge mouthfuls. Chapter 1388, Troublesome. Chapter 1388, Troublesome. This is... Baiming Shui was shocked. Earlier on, when Su Zimo fought against many mighty figures, she sensed the existence of the stone while hiding in the primordial divine spring. But, now that the stone popped out and rolled on the ground, she was caught off guard. It's alive? Baiming Shui could not help but ask when she saw that Su Zimo was not surprised. Yes. Su Zimo nodded and looked at the oval-shaped stone, saying slowly, "This is the true secret guarded by the Baiming clan, not the primordial divine spring." Baiming Shui was shocked and dumbfounded when she heard that. She had not expected that the secret guarded by the Baiming clan would not be a universal utmost treasure like the primordial divine spring, but a strange stone. She was smart and reacted right away. Her master did not tell her the secret previously. Instead, he told her after everyone left. It must be an important matter. Baiming Shui stared at the gigantic stone for a while and frowned slightly. She could not help but ask, "Is that an egg?" Su Zimo did not reply and asked instead, "Have you heard of a primordial taboo?" "I've heard about it before." Baiming Shui said, "I only found out about it after the news of the battle at Heaven and Earth Valley. In the primordial era, there was an extremely terrifying and powerful life form known as the primordial taboo. That demon beast at your side was a primordial taboo, right?" "Yes." Su Zimo nodded. "Night spirit is a one of the taboos." "One of the taboos?" Baiming Shui was stunned for a moment and asked, "The primordial taboo isn't a race?" Su Zimo said, "In the primordial era, there were 3 major taboos. The was only one of them. The other 2 taboos were the dragon phoenix and Kuan Peng." Baiming Shui was in deep thought. A moment later, her eyes lit up and she suddenly asked, "Master, are you saying that this gigantic egg has a primordial taboo within?" "If I'm not wrong, this should be a Kuan Peng egg." Su Zimo replied. "Ah!" Baiming Shui exclaimed. How strong were primordial taboos? Even the primordial 9 races were extremely wary of it. In fact, they even mobilized a large force to kill Night Spirit before he could grow further. Baiming Shui had not expected that her ancestors were guarding such a shocking secret. Su Zimo said, "The reason why I didn't tell anyone about this was because the secret was way too huge. If news of the primordial divine spring is spread, the Nangong aristocratic family might be able to defend this divine spring with their strength. However, if the news of the Kuan Peng egg is spread, even the 3 aristocratic families combined might not be able to defend it, let alone the Nangong aristocratic family." Actually, this secret was a curse rather than a blessing for the Baiming clan. That was the reason why the Baiming clan's ancestors were so cautious. Su Zimo said, "The reason why I asked others to leave was firstly because I wanted to talk to you about this. Secondly, this Kuan Peng egg is extremely sentient. As you can see, it's devouring the flesh and essence energy. In fact, it could sense the danger outside and did not expose itself beforehand. It only came out when I asked the others to leave." Baiming Shui nodded. Although the Kuan Peng had not hatched yet, it had already displayed extraordinary intelligence. "How should we handle this?" Baiming Shui frowned slightly and asked. Su Zimo shook his head as well. After pondering for a moment, he said, "We'll wait and see what happens after the Kuan Peng egg absorbs the flesh and essence energy. That's the only way." Baiming Shui nodded. Right then, her heart skipped a beat, as though she sensed an opportunity. "Master, I might be able to break through soon," Baiming Shui said. Actually, when cultivating the martial Tao, one could attempt a breakthrough upon condensation of a blood qi golden core. The reason why Su Zimo wanted Baiming Shui to continue cultivating was because he wanted her to establish a perfect foundation so that she could head further on the path of cultivation in the future. That was because no one understood the martial Tao better than him. The martial Tao prime body cultivated dragon elephant force, and after his breakthrough, his essence spirit even derived a martial spirit fire that was extremely powerful. "Do it here then." Su Zimo nodded and pointed to the primordial divine spring. Baiming Shui had long reached the realm of breakthrough. Now, after watching a battle between mighty figures, her heart was moved and she finally sensed the opportunity for her essence spirit. She entered the golden pool and assumed a lotus position to attempt a breakthrough. Su Zimo stood guard at the entrance of the hall. It was not only to protect Baiming Shui, it was also to protect the Kuan Peng egg and not let outsiders see it. Time slowly passed. In the blink of an eye, an entire day had passed. Suddenly, Bai Ming Shui shuddered and her aura rose continuously, as though some shackles had been broken. In fact, an extremely sharp beam of light shone from her body. Su Zimo's expression changed as he nodded slightly. Not bad, not bad. Bai Ming Shui had broken through and entered the martial spirit realm. That was the nascent soul realm of the immortal, Buddhist and fiend Daos. Not only that, Bai Ming Shui's martial spirit first transformed into a sharp sword before transforming into its true form. There were many different types of martial spirits. Su Zimo's martial spirit was derived from flames. As for Bai Ming Shui, she derived the sword. If nothing went wrong, Bai Ming Shui's comprehension of the Tao of the sword would definitely surpass others in her future cultivation. With the help of such a martial spirit, Bai Ming Shui's sword Tao would definitely be extremely terrifying as well. Another 2 hours passed before Bai Ming Shui's aura gradually stabilized. Bai Ming Shui opened her eyes and could not help but smile when she sensed the changes in her body. Master, I succeeded. Yes. Su Zimo nodded. Right then, the Kuan Peng egg at the side stopped as well. It had already devoured all the flesh on the ground. Even so, the Kuan Peng showed no signs of hatching. The flesh in this hall were all conjoint body mighty figures and even half martial ancestor experts. That massive amount of flesh and blood essence had not managed to hatch the Kuan Peng. The power of the Kuan Peng was way too terrifying. Su Zimo was secretly shocked. By the looks of it, this taboo was truly troublesome to deal with. Even super sects might not be able to hatch this Kuan Peng, let alone him. Even if it was hatched, the Kuan Peng's appetite would be enough to devour 1 or 2 super sects. It was indeed not a coincidence that the taboo race was rare. If there were a few more Kuan Peng that expended such a massive amount of resources, the entire Tianhuang mainland would be exhausted. As Su Zimo pondered, the Kuan Peng egg hopped and came to his side, rubbing against his arm in an extremely intimate manner. Bai Ming Shui walked out of the primordial divine spring. The Kuan Peng egg rolled to Bai Ming Shui's feet and circled around her. Although it could not hatch after devouring so much flesh, the Kuan Peng egg was clearly extremely happy as well. Chapter 1389, Carefree. Chapter 1389, Carefree. Master, what should we do? Bai Ming Shui was worried. Firstly, the Kuan Peng egg's devouring prowess was so powerful that even super sects would have difficulty hatching it, let alone Bai Ming Shui. Secondly, once the Kuan Peng egg was exposed, the Bai Ming aristocratic family would be doomed. Su Zimo pondered in silence. There was no way he could carry the Kuan Peng egg with him either. Firstly, he did not have that many treasures, flesh and essences to hatch the Kuan Peng egg. Secondly, he had other important matters to attend to and could not focus on the Kuan Peng egg. Right then, Su Zimo's heart skipped a beat as he thought of a solution. In the extreme north of Tianhuang mainland, there was an ocean that was frozen all year round, known as the North Sea. In the North Sea, there was an extremely vast inner sea, Baiming, one of the 9 forbidden grounds of Tianhuang mainland. That forbidden ground was the habitat of one of the primordial 9 races, the Kuan race. If this Kuan Peng egg was thrown into Baiming, the Kuan race would definitely do their best to hatch it. Furthermore, they would ensure its growth with all their might. The significance of the Kuan Peng to the Kuan race was similar to the dragon phoenix to the dragon race. Baiming had existed since the primordial era and countless treasures and cultivation resources were buried there. Just the North Sea alone contained countless living experts. In Tianhuang mainland, there were 3 oceans, 4 regions, and 1 continent. The surface area of an ocean was far larger than the 4 regions and continent. There were even many different species of living beings contained within. In fact, there were many powerful primordial life forms. The Kuan Peng would have only truly returned to its own world after returning to Baiming. There, the Kuan Peng could definitely be hatched. Furthermore, with a massive backing like the Kuan race, there would be an endless stream of cultivation resources. There, the Kuan Peng would also grow rapidly. There wouldn't be any danger as long as the Kuan race hid that secret well. It could be said that Baiming was an almost perfect place for the Kuan Peng. Of course, there were some risks associated. Taboos were not ordinary living beings after all. Now that the Kuan Peng egg was awakened by his bloodline, it was extremely close to him. At the same time, because the Baiming clan protected it, the Kuan Peng egg became extremely close to Baiming Shui upon sensing her bloodline as well. However, if it was thrown into Baiming, its connection with Su Zimo and Baiming Shui would be severed completely. Without them by its side in that sort of environment, the Kuan Peng would most likely not have any feelings towards them after many years when it truly grew up. In the eyes of the Kuan race, humans were all ants. That thought would be amplified in the eyes of the Kuan Peng, who was a taboo. Nobody knew what the Kuan Peng would be like after it grew up. After a moment of silence, Su Zimo looked at the Kuan Peng egg before him and said in a deep voice, "I can take you to a place where you can grow rapidly. However, neither the Baiming clan nor I will be by your side." The Kuan Peng egg swayed immediately, seemingly unwilling. "Go on. I won't be able to protect you if you're by my side." Baiming Shui smiled and patted the Kuan Peng egg gently. The Kuan Peng egg was still unwilling and rubbed itself intimately against Su Zimo and Baiming Shui. After a while, as though it recalled something, the Kuan Peng egg suddenly rolled in front of Su Zimo and leaned forward step by step as though it was bowing. Su Zimo burst into laughter and shook his head gently. "What are you doing? Are you acknowledging a master?" That was merely a casual remark of his. Unexpectedly, the Kuan Peng egg jumped up from its spot and hopped as though Su Zimo had hit the nail on the head. "How smart!" Baiming Shui could not help but praise. This Kuan Peng had yet to hatch, and yet, an egg possessed such intelligence. "Master, why don't you take him in?" Baiming Shui smiled as well. "The talent of a primordial taboo definitely surpasses mine. It's definitely qualified to be your disciple." Accepting a primordial taboo as a disciple? If word of this were to spread, it would cause an uproar. What was a primordial taboo? Who was qualified to be a taboo's master? Furthermore, for primordial taboos, outsiders would want nothing more than to avoid them. Who would take the initiative to invite trouble and implicate themselves? However, Su Zimo had no qualms towards such things. Including the Kuan Peng, the three primordial taboos were more or less related to him. Furthermore, it might not be a curse to take the Kuan Peng as his disciple. "Master, please accept him." Baiming Shui was truly fond of this Kuan Peng and revealed a rare look of a woman. She wheedled slightly, "I'm the eldest disciple. It can't be better having a junior brother or junior sister." Su Zimo did not reply and looked at the Kuan Peng egg not far away. The matter of acknowledging a master is no small matter. "Are you serious?" The Kuan Peng egg hopped twice on the spot to express its seriousness. Baiming Shui covered her mouth and laughed when she saw that. Su Zimo said, "Since that's the case, I'll take you in as my disciple. Baiming Shui is your eldest senior sister. My name is Su Zimo and my Dao title is Desolate Marshal. Remember that." The Kuan Peng egg looked excited and bowed repeatedly. "Master, he doesn't have a name yet," Baiming Shui reminded. After pondering for a moment, Su Zimo said, "Since that's the case, I'll give you a name. Carefree. I hope that you'll be able to lead a carefree life in the future without any restraints and smile at the world." The word carefree was a manifestation of the Kuan Peng's capabilities as well as Su Zimo's hope for it. "Carefree, carefree." Baiming Shui murmured softly and patted the Kuan Peng egg with a smile. "From now on, you'll have a name. Your name is Carefree." Upon hearing that name, the Kuan Peng egg was extremely excited as well. With a skip, it even closed into Su Zimo and rubbed against him. "Don't try that with me." Su Zimo smiled gently and pushed the Kuan Peng egg away. "Since you acknowledge me as your master, all the more I have to send you to Biming. Biming was the best place for Carefree. Previously, Su Zimo was still hesitant. But now that Carefree was his disciple, he had to send Carefree over no matter what would happen to the latter in the future. Biming was the only place where Carefree could grow up safely. Upon hearing Su Zimo's words, the Kuan Peng egg felt a little disappointed. According to his master, if he were to head to that place called Biming, he would have to leave his master and senior sister. The first person he saw when he woke up was Su Zimo and Biming Shui. Furthermore, due to his bloodline, he had an indescribable sense of familiarity towards the two of them. But now, the three of them were forced to separate. Master, Biming is in the extreme north of Tianhuang mainland and is millions of kilometers away from here. When are you going to move? Biming Shui asked. I have other matters to attend to and won't be returning to the north region for the time being. Su Zimo said, the other me will take Carefree to Biming. The other you? Biming Shui was stunned for a moment, not understanding. Right then, a person walked in from outside the hall. That person wore a purple Daoist robe and his black hair draped over his shoulders. He had refined features and looked exactly the same as Su Zimo. Chapter 1390, Carefree's Fear. Chapter 1390, Carefree's Fear. This is. Biming Shui was dumbfounded as she sized up the purple-robed cultivator and Su Zimo in shock. Apart from the difference in his robes, the purple-robed cultivator truly looked identical to her master. However, Biming Shui could vaguely sense that this purple-robed cultivator was different. It was an indescribable feeling. Everyone thinks that I have two true bodies, but that's not the case. Su Zimo pointed at the purple-robed cultivator who walked in and said indifferently, this is my third true body. The intruder was none other than Su Zimo's martial Dao prime body. Actually, a year ago, Su Zimo had already summoned the martial Dao prime body over. At that time, the essence spirit of the green lotus true body was damaged. The aristocratic family competition was about to begin and Su Zimo was worried that something might happen that might provoke some top-tier experts. The dragon true body was in seclusion in the South Sea and it was not convenient to alarm him. The only one who could help was the martial Dao prime body. That was the reason why Su Zimo was not worried even if his green lotus true body had not recovered with the nourishment of the primordial divine spring and advanced to the conjoint body realm. As long as his martial Dao prime body rushed over, even if he could not defeat the experts of the two aristocratic families, he could take out the damaged teleportation formation and leave with his green lotus true body and Biming Shui. That was Su Zimo's original plan. However, later on, the secret of the Biming aristocratic family was exposed and the green lotus true body obtained a huge opportunity as well. He underwent a complete transformation and killed 2 half-martial ancestors and more than 30 conjoint body mighty figures. When the martial Dao prime body sensed the situation here, he did not reveal himself. It was only now that the martial Dao prime body appeared. Master, this clone is similar to you, right? Biming Shui gradually understood. Su Zimo nodded and did not explain further. Biming Shui looked at her martial Dao prime body and could not help but ask, Master, what's the cultivation of your clone? Early stage Dharma characteristic realm. Su Zimo replied. The martial Dao prime body had already cultivated for more than 100 years. That cultivation speed was already extremely terrifying. The martial Dao furnace could smelt all sorts of sutras and had absorbed all the secret skills and cultivation techniques obtained by his 2 true bodies over the years. As such, his cultivation naturally advanced by leaps and bounds. Early stage Dharma characteristic realm. Biming Shui murmured softly. It was only logical that the cultivation of the clone was lower. However, for some reason, Biming Shui could feel an indescribable pressure against her master's martial Dao true body. She shook her head and did not think too much about it. Junior brother, why did you quieten down? Biming Shui glanced sideways at the Kuan Peng egg at the side and smiled, asking casually, can't bear to leave me? Initially, the Kuan Peng egg was extremely excited. However, for some unknown reason, it suddenly quietened down after the martial Dao prime body entered. The Kuan Peng egg did not move. If it was earlier on, the Kuan Peng egg would have bounced around to express its emotions. The eyes of the martial Dao prime body were clear as he shifted his gaze to the Kuan Peng egg. Waving his hand, he said, "Come over. I'll take you away." The Kuan Peng egg did not advance. Instead, it retreated, as though it was trying to dodge. "What's wrong? Head over." Biming Shui smiled and pushed the Kuan Peng egg in the direction of the martial Dao prime body. Not only did Biming Shui fail to push the Kuan Peng egg, with a swoosh, it even hid behind her as though it was frightened. This time round, even Su Zimo noticed something unusual. It was not that the Kuan Peng egg did not want to leave. The egg was in fear. To be precise, the Kuan Peng egg was afraid of the martial Dao prime body and did not even dare to close in. "That's my master's clone. What are you afraid of?" Biming Shui smiled and patted the Kuan Peng egg gently. The Kuan Peng egg did not dare to advance still. Biming Shui could clearly sense the gigantic Kuan Peng egg trembling beneath her palm. What happened? She was a little stunned. It seemed like the Kuan Peng egg harbored a deep fear towards the martial Dao prime body. However, how could this be? According to her master, that was only a clone of his. Furthermore, it was only at the Dharma characteristic realm. How could the Kuan Peng, one of the three great taboos, be frightened so badly? Furthermore, the Kuan Peng egg was extremely intimate with Su Zimo's green lotus true body and would even circle and rub against him from time to time. However, in the face of the martial Dao prime body, the Kuan Peng egg was shivering in fear. When he saw that, Su Zimo sighed internally. As expected of the three great taboos. To think that it would be so sharp even before it's born. The martial Dao prime body had never attacked before. Almost no one knew of his existence. Therefore, no one knew better than Su Zimo how terrifying the martial Dao prime body was. This was a variant that was beyond the 3 realms and 5 elements. Back when the martial Dao prime body was just born, even Patriarch Yuan Bei, who was at the Mahayana realm, could not see through the fate of the martial Dao prime body with his heart-piercing divine power. It did not mean that the current martial Dao prime body was stronger than the green lotus true body. It was because the Kuan Peng egg had not hatched and did not possess the 5 senses such as sight and hearing. It merely relied on an innate spirit perception to sense the outside world. In his senses, the green lotus true body was like a jade green lotus that emitted a resplendent glow with immense vitality. Furthermore, he had once absorbed the bloodline of the green lotus true body and naturally had no resistance towards it. However, it was different for the martial Dao prime body. The martial Dao prime body cultivated his body and used his true body as a furnace to nurture all the sutras as one and fuse them with his body. His physique and countless sutras were constantly smelted by the martial spirit fire. To the Kuan Peng egg, the martial Dao prime body was like a gigantic furnace that emitted a destructive aura as though it could smelt everything in the world. Even it would not be spared. Naturally, it was fearful and did not dare to approach. "Carefree, follow him." Finally, Su Zimo spoke, "He is me and I am him. There's no difference between us and he will definitely not hurt you." At that point, the Kuan Peng egg finally relaxed slightly. The gigantic egg moved slowly towards the martial Dao prime body at an extremely slow speed. It was clear that it was displeased. The Kuan Peng egg paced around reluctantly. Although it was not hatched yet, it could vaguely guess that after this farewell, it would have to wait a long time before it could reunite with its master and senior sister again. "It's fine, you have to grow faster. We'll meet again." Biming Shui could vaguely sense what was on the Kuan Peng egg's mind and consoled it gently. That Kuan Peng egg was not only her junior brother, but also the secret that the Biming aristocratic family had protected for countless years. Naturally, Biming Shui had feelings towards Carefree. A long time later, the Kuan Peng egg finally arrived before the martial Dao prime body. Without another word, the martial Dao prime body waved his sleeves and swept up the gigantic Kuan Peng egg. Turning to leave, he disappeared from the hall in the blink of an eye. Chapter 1391, Greater Mastery of the Saber Technique. Chapter 1391, Greater Mastery of the Saber Technique. After the martial Dao prime body left with Carefree, Su Zimo and Baiming Shui were the only ones left in the hall. Without Carefree, the hall fell silent. Baiming Shui lowered her head slightly with a faint hint of sorrow in her eyes. After a moment, she finally said, "Master, you're about to leave, right?" "Yes." Su Zimo nodded and did not hide anything. "You've already cultivated to the nascent soul realm. It's time for you to head out and train yourself in the cultivation world." Baiming Shui remained silent. She also knew in her heart that her master could not be by her side the entire time, protecting her from all dangers as she grew. However, that was a wish she had nevertheless. Even if her cultivation did not advance at all, she hoped that her master would always be by her side, guarding and protecting her. Baiming Shui took a deep breath and composed herself before long. She put away the thoughts in her mind and said, "All right, I'll take a look at the cultivation world outside right away. Don't worry, Master, I'll definitely not embarrass you." Before long, today's events would spread through the entire cultivation world. At that time, all the cultivators in the world would know that she was Desolate Marshal's eldest disciple. At that time, there might be dangers and challenges awaiting her. All of those would become the foundation for her to temper her martial Dao. "Where are you intending to go, Master?" Baiming Shui asked again. "Since I'm in the south region, I intend to meet an old friend." The voice of the little monk flashed through Su Zimo's mind as he murmured, "It's been a long time since I've received any news of him. I'm worried. You have to raise your cultivation as soon as possible. There will probably be many calamities in Tianhuang mainland in the future. Without immense strength, you might even die, let alone protect your family clan." Su Zimo reminded again. His worries were not unfounded. All signs indicated that Tianhuang mainland was about to descend into chaos. A massive change was about to happen. This change was extremely likely to sweep through the entire Tianhuang mainland, and no sect, faction or race would be spared. In the depths of the South Sea, the sea possessed a massive amount of living beings that far surpassed the land. The resources in the sea were extremely rich and countless experts were born. There were 8 demon regions in Tianhuang mainland and 3 of them were the East, South, and North Seas. The sea contained countless secrets. It was said that among the 3 seas, there were the most number of primordial ruins and they were the most intact. The depths of the sea could reach hundreds of thousands of meters. There were not many living beings at the bottom of the sea anymore. That was because as the depths of the sea increased, the pressure around the seawater increased as well. Without a conjoint body realm cultivation, one would not be able to survive in the depths of the sea. At that moment, a figure sat at the bottom of the dark sea in the South Sea. The figure had shoulder-length scarlet hair that burned like flames and did not show any signs of extinguishing even in the depths of the sea. The Dragon True Body. Although the Dragon True Body was still at the Dharma characteristic realm, he could still survive in the deep oceans with his body and bloodline. After receiving the guidance of a mysterious expert, the Dragon True Body dived into the depths of the sea and cultivated the Sea Calming Manual. The Dragon True Body could survive at the bottom of the sea. However, that did not mean that he could move freely at the bottom of the sea. Even with his physique and bloodline, he could still feel an extremely terrifying pressure at the bottom of the sea. Every single action required hundreds of times more energy than on land. When he used his saber underwater, the water pressure would cause every single slash to become extremely slow and difficult. Despite the circumstances, the Dragon True Body gritted his teeth and cultivated continuously. After 3 years of cultivation, the comprehension of the Dragon True Body on the Tao of the Saber deepened. He had finally comprehended the profound meaning of sea calming. Without seeing the sea personally, one would never be able to comprehend the true essence of the Sea Calming Manual. Without experiencing the raging tides of the sea personally, one would never be able to experience the power of sea calming. For the past 3 years, the cultivation of his dragon true body was still at the Dharma characteristic realm and had not broken through. However, in terms of the Tao of the Saber, he had a new understanding. This day, the dragon true body cultivated at the bottom of the sea with his eyes closed and constantly retracted his saber. All of a sudden, the dragon true body opened his eyes. It was as though 2 divine lights burst forth from the dark depths of the sea, illuminating it. Under the illumination of the divine light, the dragon true body could clearly see that 3 faint figures were charging towards him along the undercurrent with a murderous intent. They were hostile. The 3 of them were extremely fast and arrived before him in the blink of an eye. 3 mighty figures. With a single sweep of his spirit consciousness, the dragon true body could sense that all 3 figures were at the conjoint body realm. A look of mockery flashed through the eyes of the dragon true body. Without seeing what the dragon true body did, his spirit consciousness moved and the saber on his knees suddenly bounced into his palm. The dragon true body had an indifferent expression as he gripped the dragon soul saber and slashed forward. That sliced air completely and nobody was struck. The 3 figures that were charging over were delighted. Seems like this person doesn't have any tricks up his sleeves. To think that his slash would miss. The moment that thought crossed their minds, their expressions changed. After the slash landed, a gigantic vortex was formed where the blade's edge passed. It was earth-shaking and stirred the entire sea. It was not so obvious within the depths of the sea. However, if someone were to stand in the sky and look down at the surface of the sea, they would be able to clearly see that the seawater was gathering and spinning continuously, forming a gigantic vortex. The depths of the vortex seemed to be able to reach the bottom of the sea. In the deep sea, 3 conjoint body mighty figures had just attacked and they were moved by the power of the gigantic vortex and their destiny dermic weapons deviated from their original trajectories. Even the 3 of them could not control their bodies and were swept by the terrifying power of the vortex, surging in the direction of the dragon's soul saber. The 3 mighty figures were shocked. The might of that casual slash was so terrifying. This person was only at the Dharma characteristic realm euro. How could he slash with such a saber technique? That slash had already contained the momentum of heaven and earth. That was a power that only conjoint body mighty figures could come into contact with. The moment that thought crossed the minds of the 3 conjoint body mighty figures, the dragon true body retracted his dragon soul saber and slashed out once more. Swoosh! A wave that was hundreds of thousands of meters tall surged towards the 3 of them. This was not actual seawater, but waves formed from saber chi that possessed an extremely sharp edge that could crush all living beings. Without hesitation, the 3 mighty figures channeled their essence spirits wildly and conjured dermic arts one after another. They controlled their destiny dermic weapons and charged towards the wave. Boom! There was a deafening sound. As though they were struck by lightning, cracks appeared on the robes of the 3 mighty figures and they were filled with injuries and fresh blood. Endless fear filled the eyes of the 3 mighty figures. Chapter 1392, Slaying Grand Demons. Chapter 1392, Slaying Grand Demons. With just 2 slashes, 3 conjoint body mighty figures were severely injured. Let's retreat first. We can't beat him. The 3 mighty figures sent spirit consciousness transmissions and escaped into the distance in unison. Splash! In order to maximize their speed, 3 mighty figures revealed their true forms at the same time. They were 3 living beings of the sea and were conjoint body grand demons. One of them was extremely huge and was a silver fin gigantic tooth shark. The gigantic silver fin on its back shone brightly and was extremely striking in the deep waters. Legend has it that the silver fins on the back of the silver fin gigantic tooth shark were extremely powerful and could absorb moonlight to cultivate and raise one's cultivation. In this sea, they were considered as the overlords of the shark race. Under normal circumstances, for demons and other living beings, their combat strength would increase by at least 30% after they reverted to their true forms. However, the silver-fin gigantic tooth shark did not stop at all. After reverting to its true form, the first thing it did was flee into the distance. The true form of one of the other two grand demons was a colorful dragonfish. Legend has it that the dragonfish possessed a thin bloodline of the dragon race and were considered as a branch of the mixed dragon lineage. As such, their potential was naturally extraordinary. The true form of the other grand demon was an ancient electric eel that shone with blue lightning. It swayed its tail and traveled through the depths of the sea at an extremely fast speed. Trying to flee? Su Zimo waved his hand and slashed with his saber. Saber chi surged and raging tides rippled out in all directions around him. The three grand demons did not manage to escape far before they were engulfed by the surging tides behind them. Roar! 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 The three grand demons shrieked and channeled their essence spirits wildly, using all their strength to release dermic arts to clash against the raging tides. Bang! 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 The three grand demons shuddered. New injuries had appeared before their old injuries were healed. Fresh blood oozed from the noses of the three grand demons and their organs were shifted positions by the shock from the raging tides. Fellow Taoist Long Mo were quite famous in the South Sea. Please show mercy. Sensing the aura of death, the silver-fin gigantic tooth shark could no longer hold on and was the first to swallow its pride and beg for mercy. You guys came to kill me, but you want me to show mercy? Su Zimo asked with a mocking expression. It's a misunderstanding. The ancient electric eel spoke in human tongue as well and explained hurriedly. We were also curious when we heard that an expert was practicing his saber techniques here and wanted to spar with you. Su Zimo asked with a fake smile. How do the three of you know my name then? The three grand demons were stunned for a moment as a hint of panic flashed through their eyes. But soon, the silver-fin gigantic tooth shark replied, everyone knows of the young master of Divine Phoenix Island. How dare you come and kill me after knowing that I'm the young master of Divine Phoenix Island? Su Zimo's expression turned cold as he said slowly, who gave you guys the guts? Su Zimo had only arrived at Divine Phoenix Island for a short 3 years and had barely interacted with anyone. After inheriting the position of the young master, he headed into the depths of the sea to cultivate. He did not recognize the three grand demons at all. More than that, he did not know how he became enemies with the three grand demons. The only possibility was that they were instigated by someone. The three grand demons had ugly expressions. After a long silence, the silver-fin gigantic tooth shark said in a deep voice, Long Mo, we have a vow. We can't tell you about this. If you refuse to tell, you can die. Su Zimo shook his head gently and could not be bothered to waste his breath on the three grand demons. He attacked once more and slashed forward. This time round, the dragon's soul saber did not make any sound when it slashed down. Ripples appeared in the deep sea and rippled towards the three grand demons. Although that slash was silent, it possessed a fatal killing intent. Long Mo, you've gone too far. With a furious roar, the silver-fin gigantic tooth shark suddenly opened its mouth and revealed a mouthful of sharp teeth. A vicious glint flashed through its eyes. Poof! 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 Suddenly, a mouthful of silver teeth filled with blood fell off from the mouth of the silver-fin gigantic tooth shark. They pierced towards Su Zimo like flying swords. That was the trump card of the silver-fin gigantic tooth shark. It had cultivated its gigantic teeth for so many years and they contained most of its cultivation. After releasing that move, even if it could survive, its combat strength would be greatly reduced. At this point, it could not care less. The dragonfish and ancient electric eel at the side released their trump cards one after another as well. Talismans and secret skills burst forth. Crack! 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 When the gigantic teeth collided with the ripples released by the dragon's soul saber, they shattered instantly and turned into fragments that sank to the bottom of the sea. There were thousands of gigantic teeth in that single mouth of the silver-finned gigantic tooth shark. They were destroyed just like that by Su Zimo. Poof. Poof. The secret skills released by the dragonfish and ancient electric eel could not defend against the saber ripples either. The talismans on the 2 grand demons were destroyed by the layers of ripples. The 3 grand demons spat out a huge mouthful of blood. Countless wounds appeared on the 3 of them and their organs were filled with scars from the ripples. The 3 grand demons had dim expressions as they fled in 3 different directions. This was the South Sea after all. They had lived in the South Sea for 10,000 years and were more familiar with its terrain, environment and everything else. They believed that as long as they could increase the distance between them and Su Zimo, the 3 grand demons would be able to shake off the latter with their terrain advantage. Su Zimo looked at the 3 grand demons that escaped and sat on the ground without getting up. To be precise, he had not stood up since the 3 grand demons appeared. Suddenly, he closed his eyes. He pursued the feeling in his heart and waved his saber to slash. It was the same thing he did in his daily practices. That slash was like a heavenly steed soaring through the skies, untraceable. Initially, because of this massive battle in the depths of the sea, the waters were already filled with raging tides. However, after that slash, the sea returned to normal instantly. The massive South Sea was peaceful. Before the 3 grand demons could escape far, a saber beam descended from above their heads. Instantly, their figures froze and their gazes dimmed. 3 grand demons had their essence spirits destroyed and were dead. At the same time, Su Zimo had already sensed the situation on the side of his green lotus true body and was relieved. Although his saber Dao improved much after 3 years of cultivation, his cultivation realm was still hovering around the perfected Dharma characteristic realm and could not advance further. The further one progressed in the path of cultivation, the more difficult it would be. It was even more difficult if he wanted to break through a major cultivation realm. Even for the green lotus true body, he only managed to advance to the conjoint body realm in one go with the nourishment of the primordial divine spring as well as the growth of the creation green lotus to grade 7. However, he did not know how long it would take for his dragon true body to advance to the conjoint body realm. It could be 10 or 100 years. If there was no opportunity, it could even be several thousand years later. Something like this could not be rushed. It's time to head back. Su Zimo murmured softly and was prepared to return to Divine Phoenix Island. Chapter 1393, Invitation from Penglai. Chapter 1393, Invitation from Penglai. Divine Phoenix Island. Many cultivators stood in the air and looked down at the surface of the sea as they discussed. There was such a huge commotion in the South Sea earlier on. I wonder what sort of a huge battle broke out there. I reckon that there's a high chance it was a mighty figure who attacked. Standing at the side, Moing frowned slightly with a worried expression. Right then, a cultivator in a white shirt walked over. He was scholarly and had a warm expression with a smile on his face. Mighty figure Heavenly Phoenix. Many cultivators bowed hurriedly when they saw that person. Even though mighty figure Heavenly Phoenix failed in wielding the Dragon Soul Saber 3 years ago, he still had an unshakable status after managing Divine Phoenix Island for many years. Furthermore, he was the owner of another Divine Phoenix bone to begin with. For the past 3 years, mighty figure Heavenly Phoenix faced the wall at the edge of the South Sea. It was only recently that he regained his freedom and reappeared. After all, back in the Dragon Soul Hall, mighty figure Heavenly Phoenix had been extremely restrained the entire time and did not say anything out of line. What are you guys discussing? Mighty figure Heavenly Phoenix asked with a smile. Earlier on, the South Sea suddenly surged in a berserk manner. All of us are guessing that there should be a fight between top-tier experts in the South Sea. Some cultivators said hurriedly. Yes. Mighty figure Heavenly Phoenix nodded slightly. The surface of the sea is calm now. Seems like this battle has ended. Everyone, disperse and don't linger here. Understood. Many cultivators cupped their fists and turned to leave. Swoosh! Right then, the sound of water could be heard from the surface of the sea. 3 gigantic figures broke out of the sea with a thick blood stench. All the cultivators looked over instinctively and their expressions changed. This is bad. It's the silver-fin gigantic tooth shark. Ah, that's an ancient electric eel. There's a dragonfish as well. Something's not right. The moment the exclamation sounded, everyone noticed something unusual. The 3 living beings of the sea were covered in injuries. Although their blood still emitted a tremendous amount of energy, they no longer had any signs of life. The energy released by their blood alone was so strong. The cultivation realms of the 3 living beings must have been at the conjoint body realm when they were alive. Strange, why would the corpses of 3 demon beasts jump out of the sea on their own? Right then, a sharp-eyed cultivator caught sight of a figure beneath the corpses of 3 demon beasts. The figure had scarlet hair that burned like flames and wore robes of the same color. He held the corpses of 3 demon beasts in one hand and a saber in the other. This is... Many cultivators were stunned. Although it was declared that Su Zimo was the young master of Divine Phoenix Island, he entered the sea to cultivate thereafter and barely appeared. None of the cultivators on the island recognized Su Zimo right away. Only mighty figure Heavenly Phoenix's gaze shimmered for a moment before returning to normal. However, Moing recognized Su Zimo right away and a smile finally appeared on her face. She came before the latter with relief and bowed. Young master, you're finally back. Greetings, young master. The cultivators of Divine Phoenix Island reacted and bowed. As the young master of Divine Phoenix Island, he was practically superior to everyone except a single person. He could mobilize thousands of troops given his status. Even some conjoint body elders had to greet Su Zimo if they saw him. Su Zimo's gaze shifted to mighty figure Heavenly Phoenix. Mighty figure Heavenly Phoenix smiled and bowed slightly towards Su Zimo. Greetings, young master. His smile was very sincere and looked like a spring breeze, giving one a good impression and trust unconsciously. Young master, this is... Mighty figure Heavenly Phoenix pointed to the 3 demon corpses in Su Zimo's hands. If I'm not wrong, those 3 grand demons are famous demons in the South Sea. I don't know them. Su Zimo said, they tried to encircle and kill me at the bottom of the sea but I slaughtered them casually. The flesh of these 3 grand demons is precious so I brought them along. It's a good opportunity to share it with the cultivators of the island. Even if a grand demon were to die, they would be filled with treasures from head to toe. Notwithstanding bones, fangs and claws, the flesh of these grand demons alone possessed extremely pure energy. Furthermore, the energy within the flesh of a grand demon that had just died was not as berserk and was relatively gentle. It was the most suitable to consume. The surrounding cultivators exclaimed excitedly when they heard that. Su Zimo tossed the 3 grand demons into the crowd casually. You guys can take care of it. Young master, you are generous. Mighty figure Heavenly Phoenix could not help but exclaim, those 3 grand demons are notorious throughout the South Sea. To think that they would be killed by you. I see that you have yet to advance to the conjoint body realm. To think that you would already possess such combat strength. How admirable. If it was anyone else, they would definitely reveal joy upon hearing those praises. However, Su Zimo's expression was calm as he suddenly asked, I've never met these 3 grand demons before. Why do you think they wanted to kill me? I don't know. Mighty figure Heavenly Phoenix said in a deep voice, the reasons should be only revenge or for some treasures. I'm guessing that the 3 grand demons must have taken a liking to some treasure in your possession and became greedy when they saw that you were only at the Dharma characteristic realm. That explanation made sense. Right. Suddenly, mighty figure Heavenly Phoenix took out a golden invitation from his storage bag and handed it to Su Zimo. A few days ago, Divine Phoenix Island received an invitation from the young master of Penglai Island of the East Sea to invite you over for a chat. East Sea Penglai? Su Zimo murmured softly and took the invitation. A line of red words was written on the invitation, as though it was burning with flames and revealing a sharp edge. I heard that the young master of Divine Phoenix Island is newly established. Congratulations. I'm also curious about fellow Taoist Long Mo. Right now, the East Sea Fusang flower is blossoming and it's extremely rare. Here's an invitation for fellow Taoist Long Mo to head over for a chat to admire the flowers and drink tea. Please don't decline, fellow Taoist. In the cultivation world, there were 2 islands and 1 palace. The 2 islands referred to the South Sea Divine Phoenix Island and the East Sea Penglai Island. Mo-ing took a look at the invitation and nodded. Indeed, it's from Penglai Island. Who is the young master of Penglai Island? Su Zimo asked. His Dao title is Mystic Frost and he's at the Conjoint Body Realm. Mo-ing said, there are similarities between Penglai and Divine Phoenix Island. Most of the cultivators on the island cultivate the Saber Dao as well. However, the Saber Dao left behind by the Saber Emperor possesses a tough aura and involves large swings. On the other hand, the Saber Dao inheritance on Penglai Island is sinisterly gentle and utilizes cunning angles. How's the relationship between the 2 islands? Su Zimo asked again. Not bad. Mo-ing said, since cultivators of the 2 islands cultivate the Dao of the Saber, it's inevitable for them to spar. However, there's no deep feud and there has never been any major conflicts. The invitation is quite polite. Why don't you head over Penglai Island to check it out, young master? Oh. Su Zimo raised his brow. Mo-ing explained, firstly, you are just newly established in your position. Even without the invitation of mighty figure Mystic Frost, you would have to head over to Penglai Island to check things out sooner or later. Secondly, the Fusang flower is blossoming on Penglai Island right now. This is a rare opportunity. The Fusang tree was the divine tree of the East Sea. Legend has it that when the Fusang flower blooms, a ball of flames will burst forth from each flower in an extremely stunning manner. In fact, there were even cultivators who comprehended the Dao through observing the blossoming of the Fusang flower. Chapter 1394, Sacred Volcano. Chapter 1394, Sacred Volcano. Heavenly Phoenix, what do you think? Su Zimo asked in a seemingly casual manner. Mighty figure Heavenly Phoenix smiled. My thoughts are the same as Mo Ying's. I suggest that you accept the invitation and head to Penglai Island. The Saber technique inheritance of Penglai Island is rather unique. If you take a look, you might be able to comprehend something new. Furthermore, you don't have to worry about safety on this trip to Penglai. No matter how audacious Penglai Island is, they won't dare harbor designs on you. Don't worry, young master. I'll stay by your side for this trip as well and ensure that you return unharmed. Mighty figure Heavenly Phoenix said confidently. That's great. Su Zimo nodded. Since that's the case, let's take a look at Penglai Island. Heavenly Phoenix, make the arrangements. All right. Mighty figure Heavenly Phoenix bowed and retreated before long. No one was more familiar with such things than him. Su Zimo gazed at the back of mighty figure Heavenly Phoenix and his eyes flickered in thought as he murmured softly, East Sea, East Sea. In less than an hour, everything was ready. There were not many people accompanying him this time round and there were only 2 conjoint body mighty figures, mighty figure Heavenly Phoenix and Mo-ing. Of the remaining people, there were more than 10 Dharma characteristic Dao lords. Jing Ming and Jing Sheng, who had a conflict with Su Zimo in the Dragon's Soul Hall, were among them as well. They arrived at the seaside. Mighty figure Heavenly Phoenix's fingers changed continuously and shot out divine lights into the sea. He hollered softly, "Come on out." Not long after he said that, a huge shadow appeared beneath the surface of the sea not far away. Immediately after, the surface of the sea surged and a massive object rose slowly, floating on the water with a gigantic turtle shell on its back like a massive piece of land. Mighty figure Heavenly Phoenix said, this is the dragon turtle reared by Divine Phoenix Island. With it carrying us, we'll be able to reach Penglai Island in about 10 days. The dragon turtle was a pure-blooded ferocious beast. It was said that there was a trace of dragon blood in its body as well. Furthermore, this dragon turtle had already cultivated to the conjoint body realm. Su Zimo and the others descended on the dragon turtle's back. Without a single word, the dragon turtle moved its thick limbs and tore through the layers of waves, swimming towards the east at an astonishing speed. From afar, it looked like a moving continent. Su Zimo and the others floated on the surface of the sea for a whole 17 days. In the past few days, they had encountered many powerful living beings in the sea as well. However, all of them chose to avoid the dragon turtle of Divine Phoenix Island when they saw it. This day, a large piece of land appeared before them. "We're here." Mighty figure Heavenly Phoenix stood up slowly. East Sea, Penglai Island. The patrolling cultivators on the island had long noticed the situation on the surface of the sea and reported it immediately. Before long, a large group of cultivators welcomed them from Penglai Island. The person in the lead looked extremely young and wore white robes with an extraordinary aura. He shouted from afar, "Your fellow Taoist Long Mo, the young master of Divine Phoenix Island, right? I'm Mystic Frost. I've heard a lot about you. Meeting you today, I can tell that you're indeed outstanding and inspiring." Su Zimo smiled as well. "You're too kind, fellow Taoist Mystic Frost." Mystic Frost's gaze landed on mighty figure Heavenly Phoenix and Mo-ing behind Su Zimo and nodded. "The two of you can be considered as old friends. How have you been?" "Greetings, fellow Taoist Mystic Frost." Mighty figure Heavenly Phoenix and Mo-ing bowed slightly. Although the three of them were at the same cultivation realm, Mystic Frost was the young master of an island after all and had a noble status. The two of them must not be rude. "Fellow Taoist Long Mo, please." Mystic Frost turned slightly and gestured invitingly. "Now that the Fusang tree has blossomed, you have come at the right time, fellow Taoist. Come with me to the Flower Admiration Pavilion." "All right." Su Zimo nodded and did not decline. Under Mystic Frost's lead, the group of them advanced. Before long, a towering mountain appeared before them. Lava was spewing from the mountain peak and steam surged into the skies. "The Fusang tree is in this volcano." Mystic Frost explained. "Normally, this volcano will go silent. However, once the Fusang tree blossoms, the volcano will explode. This is no ordinary volcano. This is the sacred volcano of Penglai Island. Even if conjoint body mighty figures fall in, they will be incinerated with ease by the lava in the center." At that moment, the Dharma characteristic Tao lords behind Su Zimo and the others were drenched in sweat. They were still a full 5 kilometers away from the sacred volcano. However, those Dharma characteristic Tao lords were already unable to endure it. Mystic Frost smiled gently. "All of you can guard here. If you continue forward, all of you might die. As for fellow Taoist Long Mo, there's naturally no need to worry." Although Su Zimo was also at the Dharma characteristic realm, with his dragon true body, the temperature almost had no effect on him. "Fellow Taoist Long Mo, please follow me." Mystic Frost led the way and continued, "The Fusang tree can't be seen from here. Our ancestor of Penglai Island once risked danger to establish a flower admiration pavilion in an area of the sacred volcano. Once we ascend the sacred volcano and arrive at the flower admiration pavilion, we'll be able to see the Fusang tree clearly." Su Zimo followed behind Mystic Frost indifferently. After mighty figure Heavenly Phoenix arrived, a mysterious smile appeared on his face but disappeared quickly. The closer they were to the sacred volcano, the more obvious the terrifyingly high temperature was. The surroundings of the sacred volcano had long turned into ruins without any vegetation and was silent and scorching. When they arrived at the foot of the sacred volcano, the difference between them gradually revealed itself. Among them, the 3 conjoint body mighty figures behind mighty figure Heavenly Phoenix and Mo-ing were slightly flushed with a layer of sweat on their foreheads and panting slightly. However, Su Zimo, Mighty Figure Heavenly Phoenix and Mystic Frost had calm expressions. Although Mighty Figure Heavenly Phoenix and Mystic Frost did not say anything, their hearts skipped a beat. They were all paragons of the conjoint body realm. One was the young master of an island while the other possessed a divine phoenix bone. Both of them possessed shocking bloodlines and were naturally able to withstand that temperature. However, Long Mo was only at the Dharma characteristic realm, and yet, his expression did not change at all. The group of them continued ascending the peak. Bang! Boom! Boom! After ascending the sacred volcano, everyone could clearly hear the terrifying rumbling of the volcano. The rumbling noise made everyone feel insignificant. It was as though everyone would be burned to ashes if the sacred volcano was enraged and lava sprayed down from above. Everyone did not stop in their tracks and were getting closer to the peak. After walking for a while more, a gigantic pavilion finally appeared before them. "It's right ahead, we're almost there." Mystic Frost pointed to the pavilion at the front and said before speeding up. At that moment, the three conjoint body mighty figures behind Mo Ing and Mystic Frost were already panting and drenched in sweat. Their lips were dry and cracked. Even Mystic Frost, Mighty Figure Heavenly Phoenix and Su Zimo blushed slightly. Su Zimo was secretly shocked. If the heat wave of the lava was already so powerful before they even reached the mouth of the volcano, how terrifying was the lava gushing out of the volcano? Chapter 1395, It's Indeed You. Chapter 1395, It's Indeed You. Everyone, please take a look. Mystic Frost stood in the Flower Admiration Pavilion and pointed forward. Everyone followed Mystic Frost's gaze. From that angle, it was perfect for them to look down at the gigantic volcano. Burning lava surged within, scarlet as blood as it emitted a scorching heat wave. It was extremely shocking. What was even more shocking was that a tall tree grew in the volcano. Its branches were filled with green leaves and flowers that resembled flames bloomed one after another. Fusang Tree. That's the legendary divine tree of the East Sea. Mo Ing murmured softly. Everyone's eyes were filled with deep shock as well. If they had not witnessed it personally, none of them would have imagined that a tree would be able to grow within that scorching lava. Desolate Marshal, it's indeed you. Right then, a venomous voice filled with hatred sounded from outside the Flower Admiration Pavilion. Among the people in the Flower Admiration Pavilion, Mo Ing was the only one who was slightly shocked. Turning around, she looked towards the voice and hollered, "Who's there?" The others, including Mighty Figure Mystic Frost, Heavenly Phoenix, and even Su Zimo, did not have much of a shocked expression on their faces, as though they had known that this would happen. Anyone who could recognize him as Desolate Marshal must have met him before. On the East Sea, there was only a single person who had seen him before. The Golden Crow Third Prince. Su Zimo turned around slowly and looked at the Golden Crow Third Prince, who was not far away, with a mocking expression. "Indeed, it's you." Actually, when he heard about the East Sea, Su Zimo already thought of the Golden Crow Third Prince. Legend has it that the forbidden ground of the Golden Crow race was on Penglai Island of the East Sea. From your tone, you've already guessed it? Mighty Figure Heavenly Phoenix asked with a smile. Su Zimo said, "It's been hard on you to have to wait so long before making your move. When did you start suspecting me?" Mighty Figure Heavenly Phoenix was puzzled and asked, "I've never acted strange towards you. Even for your status as a young master, I was the one who took the lead to greet you. I had my doubts the first time we met." Su Zimo said, "At that time, you asked me where the woman with the divine phoenix bone went. I said that she left a long time ago and had never returned." "That's right, that's true." Mighty Figure Heavenly Phoenix nodded. Su Zimo continued, "When you heard that news, you seemed to have some regrets. However, I could vaguely sense that you had heaved a sigh of relief and relaxed considerably. That's because with that, you could attack me without any reservations." Mighty Figure Heavenly Phoenix could not help but laugh and nod. "Not bad, your senses are truly sharp. Even such a slight change in emotions can't deceive you. Su Zimo continued, after that, everything went out of your control. You were unprepared when I suddenly wielded the dragon's soul saber and became the young master of Divine Phoenix Island. When he heard that, mighty figure Heavenly Phoenix's expression darkened immediately. Su Zimo asked, a few days ago, the 3 grand demons that encircled me were also your doing, right? That's right. Since things had come to this, there was no need to hide anything anymore. Mighty figure Heavenly Phoenix nodded. At that time, I obtained a secret letter from Penglai Island that said that you were the legendary Dao Lord Desolate Marshal. You killed many conjoint body mighty figures in the Battle of Heaven and Earth Valley and was renowned throughout the world. Naturally, I was skeptical about that. Su Zimo continued, therefore, the reason why you asked the 3 grand demons to encircle and kill me was because you wanted to test my capabilities. That's right. Mighty figure Heavenly Phoenix said, when I saw the 3 grand demons die so swiftly, I decided to join forces with Penglai Island. Mighty figure Heavenly Phoenix, how dare you collude with Penglai Island to harm the young master? It was only then that Imo-ing snapped out of her stupor and could not help but question coldly. Of everyone present, she was probably the only one who was kept in the dark. Initially, Su Zimo thought that Imo-ing was bought over by mighty figure Heavenly Phoenix as well. After all, she was the one who suggested for him to come to Penglai Island initially. Now, it seemed like Imo-ing truly did not know. Heavenly Phoenix, you're someone of Divine Phoenix Island. How can you let down your conscience and the guidance of the island master all these years for doing such a brazen act? Imo-ing could not take it lying down and questioned again. Even now, she could not understand how mighty figure Heavenly Phoenix who was initially gentle and friendly would suddenly turn into such a state. Conscience? Mighty figure Heavenly Phoenix's lips curled as he laughed in a self-deprecating manner. Let me ask you, did the island master have a conscience imparting the position of the young master to an outsider? Whoever wields the dragon's soul saber will be the young master of Divine Phoenix Island. That is a rule set by the Saber Emperor. Our island master was merely following the ancestral teachings. What is wrong with that? Imo-ing argued loudly. Foo-foo. Mighty figure Heavenly Phoenix laughed. I was born in Divine Phoenix Island and grew up there. How much have I done for Divine Phoenix Island all these years? Just because I can't wield the dragon's soul saber, the island master has passed down the position of the young master to an outsider? I'm indignant. On what grounds? Mighty figure Heavenly Phoenix had painstakingly managed Divine Phoenix Island and yet, he was surpassed by Su Zimo overnight. He could not accept that at all. The dragon's soul saber belongs to me. The position of the young master belongs to me as well. Mighty figure Heavenly Phoenix did not conceal the killing intent in his heart as he said slowly, I don't care who you are. If you dare to fight with me for something, there's only death awaiting you. The reason why you, Desolate Marshal, can wield the dragon's soul saber is because an expert implanted the Divine Phoenix bone in your body. As long as I can snatch away your Divine Phoenix bone and possess 2 Divine Phoenix bones, I'll be able to wield the dragon's soul saber as well. Imo-ing said coldly, Heavenly Phoenix, if you continue to be stubborn today, what's the use of you wielding the dragon's soul saber? You'll be hunted by everyone of Divine Phoenix Island and won't be able to return for the rest of your life. Ha 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 ha. Mighty figure Heavenly Phoenix could not help but laugh. Imo-ing, you're truly way too naive. None of you shall leave today. Once Desolate Marshal dies, I'll push away all responsibility cleanly. I'm the only one who can be the young master of Divine Phoenix Island. Mighty figure Heavenly Phoenix had long discussed everything with Penglai Island and the Golden Crow race. As long as Desolate Marshal was dead, he could blame this matter on the Golden Crow race and stay out of it. Who would know the truth when he returned to Divine Phoenix Island with the dragon's soul saber? After saying so much, mighty figure Heavenly Phoenix finally released all the pent-up frustrations in his heart over the years. He felt immense joy. His gaze shifted to Su Zimo's face. Su Zimo still looked calm and composed, as though he had not realized that he was in danger and could die at any moment. That composure made mighty figure Heavenly Phoenix frown and feel frustrated. There's something I don't understand. Mighty figure Heavenly Phoenix glared at Su Zimo and said in a deep voice, since you suspect me, why did you follow me? Because, you're after my divine phoenix bone and it's the same for me. Su Zimo laughed as well. If you were obedient, I wouldn't have attacked you either. However, since you have a death wish, you can't blame me. Chapter 1396, 8 Gates Dragon Lock Formation. Chapter 1396, 8 Gates Dragon Lock Formation. Prior to this, even if Su Zimo suspected mighty figure Heavenly Phoenix, he could not attack. As mighty figure Heavenly Phoenix had said, he had never displayed any hostility or even did anything out of line. Even if Su Zimo wanted to deal with mighty figure Heavenly Phoenix, he had no chance. However, it was different now. The reason why I haven't exposed you is because I wanted to see how long more you could hold back. Su Zimo had a mocking expression. Seems like that's all you amount to. Desolate Marshal, you want to snatch my divine phoenix bone? Think about your situation. Mighty figure Heavenly Phoenix sneered, since I chose to lay my cards on the table with you, I've made thorough preparations. Even if you're Tao Lord Desolate Marshal, you'll have to die here today. To someone like you? Su Zimo smiled gently and shifted his gaze to the Golden Crow Third Prince. You want to kill me with this cripple? Tao Lord Desolate Marshal. At the mention of a cripple, the Golden Crow Third Prince's expression darkened instantly as he grit his teeth. Back in the Battle of Heaven and Earth Valley, his third claw was crippled by the Divine Phoenix's claw that Su Zimo conjured and had yet to regrow. Conjoined body mighty figures could regrow severed limbs. However, for something like the Golden Crow race's third leg and the Heavenly Eye race's Heavenly Eye, it was difficult for them to recover completely once they were severely injured. That was equivalent to destroying more than half of the Golden Crow Third Prince's cultivation. Right now, although the Golden Crow Third Prince was still at the conjoint body realm, his combat strength was no longer as strong as before and he was ranked last among the 10 princes. He won't be able to quell his anger and deep hatred unless he skinned Su Zimo alive, pulled out his tendons and burned his bones into ashes. Mystic Frost, as the young master of Penglai Island, you're actually helping the Golden Crow race to plot against the young master of Divine Phoenix Island? Mo-ing questioned loudly, unwilling to give up. It's useless to talk about that. Su Zimo shook his head. Since Penglai Island invited me here, they have no intention of letting me leave alive. Smart. Mystic Frost nodded and praised. Su Zimo changed the topic and swept his gaze across Mystic Frost and the others. However, the few of you are not enough to hurt me. On the side of mighty figure Heavenly Phoenix, including Mystic Frost and the 3 conjoint body mighty figures behind him and the Golden Crow Third Prince, there were only 6 mighty figures. This lineup was far inferior compared to Heaven and Earth Valley. Desolate Marshal, don't get worked up. The Golden Crow Third Prince laughed sinisterly. Since I know that you're the young master of Divine Phoenix Island, I naturally prepared a huge gift for you. Activate. The Golden Crow Third Prince stomped his feet and hollered. The moment he said that, a bedazzling light burst forth from the surroundings of the entire Flower Admiration Pavilion. It emanated an extremely strange power that coiled towards Su Zimo like shackles. A formation had long been set up around the vicinity of the Flower Admiration Pavilion, waiting for Su Zimo to step in. The strange thing was that the power of the formation only affected Su Zimo, but Mo-ing could not sense anything at all. Suddenly, Su Zimo frowned. He could sense that his bloodline was being suppressed by a strange power within the formation. Even his essence spirit was not spared. This formation is an array formation passed down from the upper world of the primordial era. It's called the 8 Gates Dragon Lock Formation and is specifically targeted at the dragon race. The Golden Crow Third Prince said, "How is it, Desolate Marshal? Do you feel that your bloodline and essence spirit are restricted and can't be activated? Your dermic arts, secret skills, divine powers and bloodline are all crippled. Right now, you're equivalent to half a cripple. With a grim expression, Mo Ing shielded Su Zimo tightly. Su Zimo was silent as well. Ha 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 ha. When he saw that, the Golden Crow Third Prince was even more smug. He could not help but rear his head in laughter, thinking that he had complete control of the situation. Desolate Marshal, stop thinking about dispelling the formation. The Golden Crow Third Prince continued, the reason why the formation was established here was because of the power of the lava in this sacred volcano. Given your strength, there's no way you can dispel this formation. Of course, I heard that you're extremely accomplished in array formations as well. Unfortunately, I won't give you the time or opportunity to dispel the formation. Golden Crow Third Prince, you're way too naive. Su Zimo said slowly, I've already said that the few of you and this 8 Gates Dragon Lock formation won't be enough to kill me. Before his sentence was finished, 2 blazing flames burst forth from Su Zimo's eyes and shot towards the Golden Crow Third Prince with 2 scarlet divine lights. Illumination Eye. The Golden Crow Third Prince was scared out of his wits and his laughter stopped abruptly. Shoo! He reverted to his true form right away and transformed into a golden streak of light, escaping into the distance. Poof! The golden light paused in midair. Immediately after, a tragic cry sounded. The Golden Crow Third Prince's figure reappeared. One of his golden wings was pierced by Illumination Eye and burned. The speed of the Golden Crow race was one of the fastest among the primordial 9 races. Although the Golden Crow Third Prince's combat strength was reduced after his third leg was severed, it did not affect his movement technique. Even so, the visual technique arrived instantly and pierced one of the Golden Crow Third Prince's wings. If he had reacted slower, he would have been reduced to a corpse. Su Zimo felt a sense of pity. His attack was aimed at killing the Golden Crow Third Prince. Of course, this visual technique was not completely fruitless. Apart from severely injuring the Golden Crow Third Prince, he even killed a conjoint body mighty figure of Penglai Island behind the Golden Crow Third Prince. Su Zimo's attack came without any warning at all. Coupled with the fact that his visual technique was instantaneous and extremely fast. Although the Golden Crow Third Prince reacted and escaped first, the conjoint body mighty figure behind him was caught off guard. In his stunned moment, his glabella was penetrated by Illumination Eye. A huge hole was burned into the mighty figure's head, let alone his essence spirit. How could this be? Mystic Frost frowned slightly and felt uneasy. Everyone, don't worry. The Golden Crow Third Prince shouted, Desolate Marshal's visual technique can be activated without the use of his essence spirit. After releasing it, he no longer has any trump cards. Is that so? Su Zimo laughed and swiped his storage bag, retrieving a long saber with a chilling and domineering aura. The blade was almost transparent and the dragon bones within could be seen. Dragon Soul Saber. Su Zimo wielded the Dragon Soul Saber and slashed forward. Swoosh! The layers of saber chi burst forth and formed a torrential wave that devoured towards the Golden Crow Third Prince and the others. Dragon chi coiled around the saber and a divine dragon was formed. It surged in the raging tides with an endless might and charged towards everyone. How could this be? The Golden Crow Third Prince and the others were shocked. The fact that the slash produced such a powerful intent meant that Su Zimo's essence spirit was not restricted at all. Chapter 1397, See Calming. Chapter 1397, See Calming. It had to be said that formations passed down from the upper world of the primordial era were indeed extremely powerful. After activation, Su Zimo's bloodline was completely locked. No matter how he tried, he could not activate his bloodline. Under normal circumstances, his essence spirit would not be able to escape the outcome of being locked. However, the consciousness of the dragon true body was truly terrifying. Back then, the green lotus true body was almost killed by the life-severing curse released by Wuxia's self-destruction of his essence spirit. However, the dragon true body was not affected at all. There was not only a dormant divine turtle in the consciousness of the dragon true body, there were also 3 balls of light with terrifying auras. The power of the 8 gates dragon lock formation was erased by the 3 balls of light the moment it entered his consciousness. Therefore, although Su Zimo could not activate his bloodline, his essence spirit was not restricted in any way. Although he had lost the killing weapon of his body and bloodline, he still had many powerful trump cards that he could use. When the dragon soul saber slashed out, tsunamis and dragon roars exploded at the same time with a terrifying might. Humph. Mystic Frost harumphed coldly and chided, "You're only asking for trouble by using the sea-calming saber technique on this sacred volcano." He summoned his destiny dermic weapon. It was a saber as well. The saber looked extremely extraordinary. It did not have the same majesty as the dragon soul saber and was relatively narrow and long, like a poisonous anaconda that could devour humans. Mystic Frost channeled his mental cultivation technique and slashed viciously at the incoming wave. Shing! A scorching saber chi burst forth and split the incoming wave into 2, letting out the piercing sound of fire and water colliding. Even the divine dragon conjured by the dragon soul saber was severed. As a conjoint body mighty figure and the young master of Penglai Island, Mystic Frost was naturally a top-tier paragon monster incarnate. Compared to the titular disciples of super sects, he was definitely on par or stronger. However, in the Tao of the Saber, he was not at the level where he could fight against Su Zimo. The reason why he was able to dispel Su Zimo's saber technique was because cultivation techniques had counters. The cultivation technique that Mystic Frost cultivated had a fire attribute. On the sacred volcano, the might of this cultivation technique was at its limits. On the contrary, every single slash of the sea calming manual contained the intent of the ocean. The moment the saber technique was released, the power of the saber technique on the sacred volcano was weakened. Su Zimo's expression was unchanged as he retracted his saber and attacked once more. That slash was ethereal and impossible to detect. However, at that moment, the entire world seemed to have stopped. Mystic Frost watched as the dragon soul saber slashed down from above his head slowly, but he could not move at all. Finally, he let out a shocked expression. Legend has it that this was the most terrifying saber technique in the Saber Emperor's inheritance. All these years, although the cultivators of the 2 islands had sparred countless times, no one had been able to release that saber technique. In fact, in the minds of the crowd, that saber technique had already become an illusory legend. Now that sea calming had descended, Mystic Frost finally experienced the fear of being unable to dodge the incoming blade. Clang! Right then, the sound of a blade being unsheathed echoed. An unparalleled saber beam descended and the saber intent was the same as sea calming, slashing towards Su Zimo's dragon soul saber. The 2 almost identical saber intents collided, fought, negated and devoured one another. Instantly, Mystic Frost broke free from that terrifying power and had a bewildered expression. Unknowingly, he broke out in cold sweat. Su Zimo focused his gaze. Heavenly Phoenix. This scene had somewhat exceeded his expectations. To think that you've also comprehended sea calming. Su Zimo said. Earlier on, mighty figure Heavenly Phoenix was the one who released sea calming to save Mystic Frost. He smirked proudly. Desolate Marshal, you underestimate me. This is not the only thing that will surprise you. Indeed, mighty figure Heavenly Phoenix had hidden himself extremely well. Even Mo Ing did not know his true strength, let alone Su Zimo. She did not know that mighty figure Heavenly Phoenix had also cultivated sea calming. Oh. What other tricks do you have up your sleeves? Su Zimo raised his brow. Mighty figure Heavenly Phoenix said in a deep voice, the reason why I joined forces with Penglai and the Golden Crow race today was to ensure that nothing went wrong. Desolate Marshal, you might not be my match in a one-on-one battle even without this 8 gates dragon lock formation. Is that so? Su Zimo smiled. Take my attack then. He channeled his spirit consciousness and a divine light burst forth from his glabella, entering the firmaments. The power of divine power spread. Boom! A loud bang sounded from the skies. The clouds exploded and a gigantic, thick stone pillar descended from the skies, charging towards mighty figure Heavenly Phoenix with a terrifying might. The stone pillar was grayish-white and there was a 5-clawed divine dragon climbing on it. It was lifelike as though it could suppress the 10,000 races. The second innate divine power that Su Zimo comprehended, the ancestral dragon divine pillar. The moment the innate divine power descended, the battle exploded as well. The two conjoint body mighty figures of Penglai Island surrounded Mo-ing. Although Mo-ing was alone, she was not disadvantaged against two conjoint body mighty figures. On the other side, the Golden Crow Third Prince, mighty figure Heavenly Phoenix and Mystic Frost were up against Su Zimo. The Golden Crow Third Prince and Mystic Frost released their trump cards one after another and struck the ancestral dragon divine pillar. At the same time, mighty figure Heavenly Phoenix channeled his bloodline and roared into the skies. He actually released a loud phoenix cry and his power of blood chi surged as he slashed towards the ancestral dragon divine pillar. Boom! A deafening noise echoed. The ancestral dragon divine pillar was shattered by the combined attack of the three of them. Ha 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 ha! Mighty figure Heavenly Phoenix burst into laughter. That's all there is to the legendary strongest monster incarnate in history. I'll let you witness my capabilities. The moment he said that, mighty figure Heavenly Phoenix's figure flashed and arrived before Su Zimo in the blink of an eye, slashing with his saber. Splash! Not only did that slash unleash multiple saber intents, the sound of tsunami echoed from within the body of mighty figure Heavenly Phoenix. Tsunami blood. The tsunami of his bloodline resonated with the sound of his saber intent and caused the might of that slash to increase tremendously. Su Zimo raised the dragon soul saber and slashed in reverse. Clang! Sparks flew as the sabers collided. Su Zimo shuddered and could not help but retreat a step. After all, his cultivation was a major cultivation realm lower than mighty figure Heavenly Phoenix. Furthermore, his bloodline was restricted and his melee combat strength was naturally inferior to mighty figure Heavenly Phoenix. At the same time, Mystic Frost closed in and thrust. Compared to the saber technique of mighty figure Heavenly Phoenix, that slash was extremely tricky and impossible to defend against. Su Zimo retreated once more. As for the Golden Crow Third Prince, he relied on his nimble movement techniques to linger around Su Zimo, waiting for an opportunity to strike. Although his wings were injured, they were still quite a threat to Su Zimo. The three mighty figures had the upper hand and were in control of the situation. Su Zimo had a calm expression. Even though he was disadvantaged, there was no hint of panic in his eyes, as though everything was under his control. Chapter 1398, Divine Phoenix Bloodline. Chapter 1398, Divine Phoenix Bloodline. Su Zimo's bloodline was sealed and his melee combat strength was greatly reduced. Instantly, he was suppressed by mighty figure Heavenly Phoenix and the other two. However, even without the use of his bloodline, Su Zimo was still able to maintain his undefeated state with his body that cultivated the mystic classic of the 12 demon kings of the great wilderness and his omniscient spirit perception. So, that's all you've got, Heavenly Phoenix? Despite the massive battle, Su Zimo could still divert his attention to chuckle. Mighty figure Heavenly Phoenix's expression turned cold as he said coldly, "Desolate Marshal, since you want to die, I'll let you witness my true strength." Screech! The blood chi within mighty figure Heavenly Phoenix surged as he roared into the skies. His roar penetrated metal and cracked rocks. It was like the cry of a phoenix and contained endless might. Gradually, a divine bird blazing with flames appeared behind him. It flapped its wings with a dignified expression and a cold gaze, resembling a divine being that had descended upon the world. The divine bird was scarlet red and burned with flames. Without any multicolored feathers, it was extremely majestic. Mighty figure Heavenly Phoenix stood in midair and seemed insufferably arrogant under the illumination of the divine bird behind him. Bloodline phenomenon. When she saw that from the corner of her eye, Mo Ing was shocked and could not help but exclaim. Su Zimo narrowed his eyes slightly but did not reveal much surprise. The bloodline phenomenon that appeared behind mighty figure Heavenly Phoenix further confirmed a guess in his mind. Desolate Marshal, the bloodline that flows through my body is the blood of the Divine Phoenix. It's not weaker than you. Mighty figure Heavenly Phoenix said slowly, the only thing you've won against me is that an expert once altered your fate for you and placed the Divine Phoenix bone directly in your body. Otherwise, you're inferior to me and you wouldn't have been able to wield the dragon's soul saber before me. True enough. The bloodline of mighty figure Heavenly Phoenix was indeed the blood of the Divine Phoenix. Actually, the Tao title of mighty figure Heavenly Phoenix had already revealed some information. Furthermore, he once told Su Zimo that half of the blood in his body was not from the human race. Mighty figure Heavenly Phoenix said, back in the Dragon's Soul Hall, I released the Divine Phoenix's essence blood to fuse with the Divine Phoenix bone. If I succeeded, would have transformed into a Feng Huang bloodline that's comparable to the taboo race. Suddenly, Su Zimo understood something. In the primordial era, Tianhuang mainland had 3 major taboos. However, in reality, the taboo race did not merely consist of the Dragon Phoenix, Kuan Peng and Ho. Feng Huangs were considered as a taboo as well, but they had never appeared in Tianhuang mainland. There were many male and female phoenixes, but it was extremely rare for a Feng Huang to be born. Mighty figure Heavenly Phoenix shook his head gently with a hint of hatred in his eyes. Unfortunately, I still failed. Su Zimo's Divine Phoenix bone had already fused into his body. Even so, he had yet to transform into a Dragon Phoenix's bloodline. The Divine Phoenix bone of mighty figure Heavenly Phoenix was merely a bone fragment. The attempt to create a Feng Huang bloodline just because of the similarities of the two bloodlines was absolutely ridiculous. However, Desolate Marshal, you can die in peace. Mighty figure Heavenly Phoenix said, I'll definitely not waste the Divine Phoenix bone in your possession. With 2 Divine Phoenix bones, my chances of transforming will increase greatly. Stop wasting your breath on him. Mystic Frost urged, kill him quickly lest something unexpected happens. Kill. Mighty figure Heavenly Phoenix hollered and the Divine Phoenix behind him soared into the skies, swooping down towards Su Zimo with raging flames. At the same time, mighty figure Heavenly Phoenix and the other 2 attacked at the same time, charging towards Su Zimo with the most ferocious attack. If it was any other time, Su Zimo would naturally be able to fight against the Divine Phoenix phenomenon by activating his bloodline and creating a bloodline phenomenon. But now that his bloodline was sealed, he naturally could not use his bloodline phenomenon. Su Zimo had a calm expression as he looked at the 3 incoming people. He conjured hand seals with his fingertips and waved his hands in front of him, causing gray fog to spread out beneath his palms. The gray fog emitted a strange dermic power fluctuation that enveloped the 3 of them like a gigantic swamp. Baron. Right now, the rate of lifespan reduction in the center of Baron was 1,000 years per breath. Mighty figure Heavenly Phoenix and Mystic Frost were both young and had already cultivated to the conjoint body realm after cultivating for thousands of years. All of them had more than 10,000 years to live. However, even Mahayana patriarchs were unwilling to endure the decline of their lifespans, let alone conjoint body mighty figures with 20,000 years of lifespan. Furthermore, it was 1,000 years per breath. That speed was way too fast and nobody could withstand it. It's that dermic art. The Golden Crow Third Prince's pupils constricted. When he saw the gray fog surging in Su Zimo's palm, he reacted right away and sped into the distance. After all, he had witnessed the might of Baron in Heaven and Earth Valley. Therefore, he was long prepared and fled the moment he sensed something amiss. However, mighty figure Heavenly Phoenix and Mystic Frost did not know about Baron's power. When the gray-colored ripple spread over and engulfed both of them, they were shocked and revealed stupefied expressions. Lifespan. My lifespan. Mystic Frost exclaimed. Although he had a noble status as the young master of Penglai Island and was experienced and knowledgeable, he was at a loss when faced with such a sudden situation. His lifespan had decreased way too quickly. Mighty figure Heavenly Phoenix was shocked as well. His first reaction was still to channel his bloodline and essence spirit to condense dermic powers to fight against Baron. However, he realized that the dermic art was so domineering that it was useless even if the blood of the divine phoenix flowed through his body. At the same time, the divine phoenix phenomenon had already descended before Su Zimo. The barren dermic art had no effect on the divine phoenix phenomenon. Humph. Su Zimo harumphed coldly and extended his right arm, reaching to grab the divine phoenix phenomenon. Boom! The divine phoenix phenomenon collided heavily against Su Zimo's right hand and let out a loud bang as flames surged into the air. Su Zimo's face was pale. His entire arm was split open by the divine phoenix phenomenon. If not for the divine phoenix bone, his entire arm would have been crippled. Although his bloodline was sealed, the existence of the divine phoenix bone blocked most of the power of the divine phoenix phenomenon. He's not dead? The pupils of mighty figure Heavenly Phoenix constricted slightly as he retreated, wanting to escape from the radius of Baron. Right then, Su Zimo charged out from the flames. Stepping on the gray-colored ripples of Baron, he arrived before mighty figure Heavenly Phoenix instantly. In the range of Desolate Martial's dermic arts, other cultivators would move extremely slowly. However, it had no effect on Su Zimo. You still want to leave? With a cold expression, Su Zimo suddenly reached out for the head of mighty figure Heavenly Phoenix. Go! Mighty figure Heavenly Phoenix slapped his storage bag and withdrew a scarlet bone fragment, injecting dermic powers into it. The bone fragment burst forth with a divine light and charged towards Su Zimo. It was mighty figure Heavenly Phoenix's divine phoenix bone. All right. Su Zimo's gaze intensified. That's what I was waiting for. Chapter 1399, Attack of a Half-Martial Ancestor. Chapter 1399, Attack of a Half-Martial Ancestor. Shoo! A bronze square tripod flew out from Su Zimo's glabella. It was filled with cracks and emitted an ancient aura, as though it had traveled through the primordial era. The bronze square tripod shielded Su Zimo. Although the scarlet divine light released by the divine phoenix bone in the hands of mighty figure Heavenly Phoenix was powerful and could even penetrate a mighty figure's body, it did not cause any ripples when it struck the bronze square tripod. Swoosh! On the contrary, under Su Zimo's control, the bronze square tripod smashed towards mighty figure Heavenly Phoenix. Under normal circumstances, mighty figure Heavenly Phoenix could avoid that collision with his dermic powers and bloodline. However, at that moment, he was stuck in the desolate gray fog and moved slowly. When he saw the bronze square tripod charging over, he could not dodge at all. Mighty figure Heavenly Phoenix's reaction was extremely fast as well as he swung his saber with one hand and slashed towards the bronze square tripod. At the same time, he channeled the divine phoenix bone and released another scarlet flame that struck the bronze square tripod. Clang! Sparks flew when the saber struck the bronze square tripod. Mighty figure Heavenly Phoenix shuddered and felt his arm go numb. His saber trembled endlessly and nearly flew out of his hands. This saber was his destiny dermic weapon and was also a connate dermic weapon. It was refined with the blood of a divine phoenix as tribute and could even fight against the dragon's soul saber. However, at that moment, when the saber struck the bronze square tripod, its blade buzzed and trembled as though it was letting out a tragic sound. Mighty figure Heavenly Phoenix could not care less. Using the recoil from the clash between them, he channeled his bloodline dermic powers and retreated, breaking free from Baron. But, the moment he leaped up, he felt a figure flash before his eyes. Su Zimo had already closed in and coiled around his body like an anaconda. With a cold expression, Su Zimo took a deep breath and exerted strength. Anaconda strangle. Every single muscle on Su Zimo's body expanded rapidly as he squeezed the space of mighty figure Heavenly Phoenix continuously, trying to kill the latter. Mighty figure Heavenly Phoenix struggled instinctively but could not break free. Earlier on, he could sense that Su Zimo's body was still flexible and weak. However, after he was coiled, the latter's body became tough and unshakable as metal instantly. Not good. Mighty figure Heavenly Phoenix's scalp prickled and his heart skipped a beat. Desolate Marshal is trying to squeeze me to death. Ah! Under the intense danger, the heart of mighty figure Heavenly Phoenix pounded violently and was about to explode. Rumbling bloodlines burst forth one after another as he roared into the skies with a loud phoenix cry. Sensing the threat of death, mighty figure Heavenly Phoenix made use of his full strength for this burst of his bloodlines. Su Zimo squeezed with all his might. Mighty figure Heavenly Phoenix struggled furiously for his life. Both of them exerted strength wildly. If Su Zimo's bloodline was not sealed and his bloodline was released, he would have killed mighty figure Heavenly Phoenix in the blink of an eye. However, at that moment, Su Zimo could not use his bloodline and was in a stalemate with mighty figure Heavenly Phoenix. At that moment, the barren dermic art had dissipated as well. All of a sudden. Suddenly, two golden beams of light shot out from outside the Flower Admiration Pavilion like thunderbolts. They arrived instantly with endless killing intent. A terrifying spirit consciousness pressure descended. Mo Ying's heart skipped a beat and her expression changed. The pressure even made her feel suffocated. This is bad, a half-martial ancestor has arrived. Mo Ying was alarmed. From the corner of her eye, she caught sight of the two golden beams and her heart sank. The two golden beams surged with blood chi and their auras were the same as the Golden Crow Third Prince. They were extremely scorching and were clearly from the Golden Crow race. It was a half-martial ancestor expert of the primordial races. It was over. Mo Ying felt despair. At the same time, Su Zimo sensed danger as well. The habitat of the Golden Crow race was on this Penglai island. It was not surprising that two half-martial ancestors of the Golden Crow race had arrived. Even if Su Zimo's bloodline was not sealed, he would most likely be doomed against the Golden Crow half-martial ancestor as well. Furthermore, he could not use his bloodline and had already used all his trump cards. Right now, he had no chance of winning against two half-martial ancestors of the Golden Crow race. Desolate Marshal, you're dead. Ha 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 ha. Mighty figure Heavenly Phoenix could not help but burst into laughter. Su Zimo had a calm expression and remained silent. Just as the two golden beams were about to reach Su Zimo, an extremely terrifying spirit consciousness fluctuation spread out from his glabella. Suddenly, a palm-sized scarlet scale the size of a crescent floated out from his glabella. Essence Spirit Secret Skill, Reverse Scale. The pupils of mighty figure Heavenly Phoenix constricted violently. He could sense a strong aura of death from that scale. In his consciousness, his essence spirit was trembling uncontrollably. Thankfully, the essence spirit secret skill was not targeted at him but the two half-martial ancestors of the Golden Crow race. Otherwise, mighty figure Heavenly Phoenix believed that he would definitely die. The two half-martial ancestors of the Golden Crow race were shocked as well and paused in their tracks. Under normal circumstances, the essence spirit secret skill of a Dharma characteristic Tao Lord should not be a threat to them. Any single spirit consciousness could shatter the other party's essence spirit secret skill. However, it was different for this scale. Even the two half-martial ancestors of the Golden Crow race felt threatened. You're asking for death. The two Golden Crow half-martial ancestors hollered and conjured their essence spirit secret skills as well. Two 3D golden crows that burned with golden flames flew out and smashed towards the scale. The three essence spirit secret skills collided silently. However, the surrounding void trembled and distorted, even the trajectory of light was shifted. Cracks appeared on the reverse scale and it shattered. Anyone who touched the reverse scale of a dragon would die. Although the reverse scale was strong, there was a limit to it. The essence spirit secret skills of the two Golden Crow half-martial ancestors shattered the reverse scale instantly. Of course, the two half-martial ancestors of the Golden Crow race grunted as well. Their essence spirits felt a sharp pain. While they were not injured, they were shocked. The essence spirit of a Dharma characteristic Tao Lord nearly injured their essence spirits. What would happen if this person entered the conjoint body realm? Kill. The two half-martial ancestors of the Golden Crow race hollered and attacked once more. The two of them grabbed with their palms and incomparably pure dermic powers condensed. Instantly, a long spear appeared in their palms. Dermic powers were already cultivated to the limits of the conjoint body realm. Any single motion could condense the strongest dermic arts. The spears burned with a golden sun essence fire that was incomparably scorching, as though it could incinerate all living beings. Swoosh! The two spears were thrown out and arrived before Su Zimo instantly. Su Zimo could only let go of his arm and summon the bronze square tripod with one hand to defend. At the same time, a vicious glint flashed in his eyes. Wielding the dragon soul saber in his other hand, he slashed forward silently and a series of ripples appeared. When Su Zimo fought against the two half-martial ancestors, mighty figure Heavenly Phoenix naturally broke free from his restraints. He could not help but feel relieved and his mind relaxed as well. He was about to escape. All of a sudden, he caught sight of something from the corner of his eye. Ripples seemed to spread from the void behind him and had already arrived. Boom! The two spears collided violently against the bronze square tripod with a loud bang. The bronze square tripod was indestructible. Although it blocked the two dermic power spears, the bronze square tripod could not defend against the power of the two Golden Crow half-martial ancestors. Su Zimo's body shuddered and the sound of bones cracking could be heard from his arm as a blood mist burst forth. His entire arm was crippled by the impact of that attack. Chapter 1400, Leaping into the Volcano. Chapter 1400, Leaping into the Volcano. His arm was crippled and the bronze square tripod fell to the ground. Su Zimo no longer had the energy to pick up the bronze square tripod. That was because the terror of the Golden Crow half-martial ancestors was not merely limited to that. When the two spears collided with the bronze square tripod, they were already shattered. However, the scorching golden flames exploded and devoured Su Zimo instantly. The sun essence fire conjured by the half-martial ancestor was much stronger than the Golden Crow third prince. His hair and flesh were charred and he was completely engulfed by the sun essence fire, turning into a gigantic human-shaped fireball. At the same time, another ball of blood light burst forth from the battlefield. Ah! Mighty figure Heavenly Phoenix's tragic cry sounded. It turned out that the slash released by Su Zimo when he was defending against the two Golden Crow half-martial ancestors was targeted at mighty figure Heavenly Phoenix. A bloodied arm was sent flying. Although Su Zimo was in the sun essence fire and felt immense pain throughout his body, he did not make a single sound. Gritting his teeth, he threw the dragon soul saber down and grabbed mighty figure Heavenly Phoenix's broken arm. To be fair, the pain of being burned by the sun essence fire was not even comparable to 10% of the Tao Inheritance Ground's 3 Tribulations domain. The bone-piercing yin wind and the pain of the karmic flames were not something that ordinary people could endure. He's not dead? The expressions of the two Golden Crow half-martial ancestors turned cold as they transformed into two golden beams of light that charged toward Su Zimo. There was no way they could let Su Zimo survive. Within the golden flames, a mocking look flashed through Su Zimo's eyes. The moment the two Golden Crow half-martial ancestors moved, he moved as well. He did not advance, but leaped down towards the mouth of the volcano not far behind him. Young master! Mo-ing exclaimed when she saw that. Bang! She was distracted and was struck by a dermic art from a mighty figure of Penglai Island instantly. She fell to the ground and spat out blood with a dim expression. As though she could not feel the pain on her body, Mo-ing merely looked in the direction of the mouth of the volcano in a daze. Su Zimo's figure had long vanished into the rumbling heat. Even up above, they could barely endure the temperature of that sacred volcano, let alone the lava within. Even if the two half-martial ancestors of the Golden Crow race were to fall in, they would most likely be doomed. This. Everyone else was stunned when they saw that. To think that Desolate Marshal's character would be so unyielding that he would rather commit suicide than be killed by us, Mystic Frost said. That's too easy on him. The Golden Crow Third Prince said hatefully. He could not vent the anger in his heart because he could not skin Su Zimo alive, pull out his tendons and burn his bones into ashes. No. It's not that simple. Right then, the voice of mighty figure Heavenly Phoenix sounded and he panted slightly. Blood was still flowing from his broken arm and it had yet to regrow. The dragon chi contained by the dragon soul saber affected his wound significantly. Although mighty figure Heavenly Phoenix's aura was weak, he urged still, "You guys, take a look at the mouth of the volcano. Desolate Marshal might have other tricks up his sleeves." That's right. The Golden Crow Third Prince reacted as well. Desolate Marshal has an extremely blessed life. In the previous battle of Heaven and Earth Valley, he did not die even after he was exiled into the void by a half-martial ancestor of the human race. Humph. One of the Golden Crow half-martial ancestors harumphed coldly. What's the temperature of the lava in the sacred volcano? Even we would die if we fell in, let alone a Dharma characteristic Tao Lord. Even with that said, everyone endured the heat of the sacred volcano and headed towards its mouth. By the time they arrived at the mouth of the volcano, the Golden Crow Third Prince, Mystic Frost and the others were drenched in sweat that evaporated immediately, even their skin was dry and cracked. A layer of sweat appeared on the cheeks of the two Golden Crow half-martial ancestors. Everyone focused their gazes towards the depths of the volcano. In the depths of the volcano, scarlet lava surged and Su Zimo's eyes were tightly shut, more than half of his body was drowned in the lava. His flesh was already burned into nothingness. Although only his skeleton was left, it began to melt under the terrifying lava as well. Before long, the lava surged and engulfed Su Zimo completely. Everyone heaved a sigh of relief when they saw that. In that case, there shouldn't be any accidents. Everyone retreated one after another. Every single moment at the borders of the mouth of the volcano was an immense torture for them. How is it? Is Desolate Marshal still alive? Mighty figure Heavenly Phoenix did not advance because his arm was snapped. He asked hurriedly when he saw everyone return so quickly. He's dead. Mystic Frost nodded and said with conviction, "From this day forth, Desolate Marshal will cease to exist in the cultivation world." He died so easily. Mighty figure Heavenly Phoenix still could not believe it. He turned to look at the two Golden Crow half-martial ancestors and could not help but say, "Seniors, you should have been faster and stopped Desolate Marshal from jumping down the volcano." Why? Are you blaming us? A Golden Crow half-martial ancestor had a cold expression and his tone was sinister. And no, that's not what I meant. Mighty figure Heavenly Phoenix was alarmed and explained hurriedly, "After all, Desolate Marshal has too many secrets and treasures on him. It's a pity for him to die in the volcano just like that." Humph. The Golden Crow half-martial ancestor harumphed coldly. There's nothing to pity. Desolate Marshal's bronze tripod and dragon soul saber are still here on the volcano. But. Mighty figure Heavenly Phoenix wanted to speak but stopped. But what? The other Golden Crow half-martial ancestor sneered and asked. My arm. Foo-foo. Before mighty figure Heavenly Phoenix could finish, he was interrupted by a sneer. The Golden Crow half-martial ancestor pouted. It's just an arm. Once you recuperate for a few days and the dragon chi around your wound dissipates, it'll naturally regrow. But. Mighty figure Heavenly Phoenix wanted to explain further. The Golden Crow half-martial ancestor frowned slightly and waved his hand with an impatient expression. Mighty figure Heavenly Phoenix sighed internally. For some reason, he felt uneasy. Indeed, his severed arm was not considered a serious injury. However, the key was that there was a divine phoenix bone in his palm. At that time, the situation changed drastically. In fact, Desolate Marshal insisted on severing Heavenly Phoenix's arm instead of using his full strength to defend against the attacks of two half-martial ancestors. Later on, Desolate Marshal's arm was crippled by the attacks of the two half-martial ancestors as well. However, he was willing to abandon his bronze square tripod and the dragon soul saber in order to get his hands on the divine phoenix bone. Desolate Marshal had painstakingly endured serious injuries and abandoned many treasures just to obtain the divine phoenix bone. Could he have done that just so he could commit suicide with it by jumping into the volcano? That did not make sense. Of course, since Mystic Frost and the others saw Desolate Marshal die with their own eyes, there shouldn't be any accidents. Although Desolate Marshal was killed in this battle, they suffered immense losses as well. It was even more so for mighty figure Heavenly Phoenix. Initially, he thought that he would be able to get his hands on Desolate Marshal's divine phoenix bone. Even if he could not cultivate the bloodline of the Feng Huang, his combat strength would increase tremendously. To think that he would have lost his divine phoenix bone just like that. Chapter 1401, Transformation. Chapter 1401, Transformation. Second, fourth brother, why are the two of you here? The Golden Crow third prince frowned slightly in displeasure. I've long set up the 8 gates dragon lock formation in advance. Desolate Marshal's bloodline was sealed and there's no way he could have escaped. Although the Golden Crow race had many clansmen, the younger generation of each generation viewed the Golden Crow 10 princes as their leaders. The two half-martial ancestors were also among the Golden Crow 10 princes. One was the Golden Crow second prince and the other was the Golden Crow fourth prince. Among the Golden Crow 10 princes, their cultivation realms were different. However, the weakest were conjoint body mighty figures as well. Third brother, if we hadn't came, you would have been killed by Desolate Marshal. The Golden Crow fourth prince laughed. Humph. The Golden Crow third prince clenched his fists. Don't think that I don't know what you guys are up to. You're just here to fight for Desolate Marshal's treasures. There was intense competition between the Golden Crow 10 princes and it was not common for them to fight one another personally. The Golden Crow second prince did not say anything the entire time. However, he walked towards the bronze square tripod and lifted it up. So heavy. His heart skipped a beat. Although Desolate Marshal died, he left behind 2 treasures, the bronze square tripod and the dragon soul saber of Divine Phoenix Island. The dragon soul saber was famous outside. Furthermore, the Saber Emperor said that whoever could wield the dragon soul saber would be the young master of Divine Phoenix Island. However, in the eyes of the Golden Crow second prince, this bronze square tripod was even more precious and mysterious than the dragon soul saber. The bronze square tripod looked completely destroyed with cracks all over its body. However, it managed to defend against the attack of 2 half-martial ancestors. The Golden Crow second prince closed his eyes and condensed his spirit consciousness, wanting to erase the spirit consciousness imprint left behind by Desolate Marshal on the bronze square tripod. The bronze square tripod could only become his treasure if he erased the spirit consciousness imprint left behind by Desolate Marshal. On the other side, the Golden Crow fourth prince walked forward and picked up the dragon soul saber. He grinned at the Golden Crow third prince. Third brother, this dragon soul saber belongs to me. Humph. The Golden Crow third prince harumphed coldly with a terrible expression. Ever since the battle at Heaven and Earth Valley where he severed his third leg and returned to Penglai Island with severe injuries, his status in the Golden Crow race had plummeted. For a Golden Crow, the loss of a third leg was equivalent to the loss of its strongest trump card. Initially, the Golden Crow third prince wanted to suppress Desolate Marshal this time round and obtain his treasures and cultivation techniques before making a breakthrough. To think that he did not manage to gain any benefits this time round as well and was interrupted by 2 of the Golden Crow 10 princes. The Golden Crow fourth prince walked forward with a smile. The moment his palm touched the dragon soul saber, a change happened. Clang! Clang! Suddenly, the saber quivered wildly and released streams of violent saber chi. The ancestral dragon chi spread and released a powerful might. Caught off guard, his palm was injured by the saber chi released by the dragon's soul saber and fresh blood flowed. How dare a ownerless weapon act so insolently? The Golden Crow fourth prince retracted his smile and his expression turned cold. As a half-martial ancestor, he was completely unaffected by the wounds in his palm. In the blink of an eye, everything had healed. He channeled the dermic powers of his bloodline and a golden sun essence fire condensed in his palm, burning the dragon's soul saber continuously. The saber chi of the dragon's soul saber was burned into nothingness instantly. Even the ancestral dragon chi could not hold out. Roar! However, the dragon's soul saber was still extremely violent. Sensing the unfamiliar bloodline, the ancestral dragon chi burst forth wildly and formed a phantom of the ancestral dragon in midair, letting out a resounding dragon roar at the Golden Crow fourth prince. Evil creature! The Golden Crow fourth prince said hatefully, "How dare you be so noisy in front of me?" Opening his mouth, the Golden Crow fourth prince suddenly spat out a stream of scarlet gold flames that devoured the ancestral dragon instantly and burned wildly. The ancestral dragon phantom let out a series of sorrowful cries. In the end, the power of the dragon's soul saber could not defend against a half-martial ancestor of the Golden Crow race. Hee. When he saw that, the Golden Crow third prince could not help but laugh. Both the second and third princes met with considerable obstacles in their attempts to obtain Desolate Marshal's treasures. The sight of them suffering caused the Golden Crow third prince to gloat. What about that woman? Mystic Frost's gaze landed on Imoing in the pavilion. Kill. Mighty figure Heavenly Phoenix was expressionless and merely said a single word. Mystic Frost shook his head gently. It's a pity to kill such a beauty. Furthermore, she's a conjoint body mighty figure. That woman has to die. Mighty figure Heavenly Phoenix's tone was resolute. If Mo-ing were to return to Divine Phoenix Island alive, he would definitely be implicated. He did not care about women at all. When she heard the discussions of mighty figure Heavenly Phoenix and Mystic Frost, Mo-ying's expression did not change nor was there any fear in her eyes. She was the saber attendant that Divine Phoenix Island had painstakingly selected. There was no longer a need for her to survive with the death of her young master. Strange. Right then, the Golden Crow's second prince opened his eyes and frowned. Desolate Marshal is only a Dharma characteristic Tao Lord. Why is the spirit consciousness imprint left on the bronze square tripod so stable? Under normal circumstances, as a half-martial ancestor, he could erase the spirit consciousness of Dharma characteristic Tao Lords with a single thought. However, even after 5 minutes, the spirit consciousness on the bronze square tripod showed no signs of disappearing. Hee. The Golden Crow third prince laughed. You guys don't know yet, right? Even though Desolate Marshal was buried in the sacred volcano earlier on, he's not dead. What do you mean by that? The Golden Crow's second prince asked with a frown. Desolate Marshal has 2 true bodies. The one that died earlier on was just his dragon true body. The Golden Crow third prince said, in other words, Desolate Marshal isn't dead yet. It's not so easy to erase his spirit consciousness. Under normal circumstances, if a cultivator were to die, it would naturally be much easier to erase a remnant spirit consciousness imprint. However, if a cultivator was not dead, it would be much more difficult to erase the spirit consciousness imprint. That's not right either. The Golden Crow's second prince shook his head. This bronze square tripod is clearly a dermic weapon of Desolate Marshal's dragon true body. What has it got to do with his other true body? Unless Desolate Marshal's dragon true body isn't dead. A thought flashed through the Golden Crow's second prince's mind. Immediately, he denied that thought. They had witnessed Desolate Marshal jump into the sacred volcano and be devoured by the terrifying lava. How could he still be alive? The Golden Crow's second prince laughed self-deprecatingly and thought to himself, I'm overthinking it. At that thought, he closed his eyes and continued to channel his spirit consciousness to refine the bronze square tripod. Actually, The Golden Crow's second prince was not wrong. Indeed, Su Zimo was not dead. Not only was he not dead, in the sacred volcano, he was experiencing the greatest transformation of his body and bloodline ever since he started cultivating. Chapter 1402, Birth of the Dragon Phoenix. Chapter 1402, Birth of the Dragon Phoenix. Actually, the moment he sensed the arrival of the two half-martial ancestors, Su Zimo had already made a decision. He was going to leap into the sacred volcano. Given his current cultivation realm, even if his bloodline was not sealed, he could not defeat the two half-martial ancestors of the Golden Crow race. In other words, he had no chance of winning against the two half-martial ancestors of the Golden Crow race. However, he could fight for a chance of survival if he leaped into the sacred volcano. Given the power of the sacred volcano's incineration, it could definitely incinerate the power of the Eight Gates Dragon Lock formation into nothingness and purge his bloodline. Of course, given the terror of the sacred volcano, his body, bloodline and bones would most likely melt. However, that melting might be an opportunity for the Dragon True Body instead. Back in the Dragon Bone Valley, the Dragon Elder had told him about the Dragon Phoenix. The reason why the Dragon True Body could not conjure a complete dragon body was because of the existence of the Divine Phoenix Bone and its inability to coexist with his bloodline. However, with the help of the flames of the sacred volcano, there was a chance that he could refine the Divine Phoenix Bone and fuse it with his Dragon True Body. Of course, that choice was way too risky. If he succeeded, he would naturally be reborn. However, if he failed, his Dragon True Body would die in the sacred volcano with his body and spirit destroyed without a corpse left. Given the current situation, Su Zimo had no other choice but to give it a shot. In order to increase the success rate of the fusion, Su Zimo even threw the bronze square tripod and dragon soul saber on the volcano peak and snatched mighty figure Heavenly Phoenix's Divine Phoenix Bone. With the two Divine Phoenix Bones in his hands, Su Zimo leaped into the sacred volcano. As he had expected, the lava of the sacred volcano was extremely terrifying and the Dragon True Body's body and bloodline could not withstand it. They were melted before long. Not only that, the two Divine Phoenix Bones on his body also began to melt in the lava of the sacred volcano. Given normal cultivation, it was difficult for the Divine Phoenix Bones to fuse with the bloodline and body of the Dragon True Body. But now, his Dragon True Body and Divine Phoenix Bones had transformed into scorching lava one after another as the two bloodlines fused rapidly. The Golden Crow Third Prince and the others witnessed Su Zimo devoured by the lava of the sacred volcano with their own eyes. However, they could not see that a strange scene was happening beneath the lava. Three balls of light swiveled slowly and emanated a tremendous power, forming a barrier of light that isolated the heat from the lava and protected the scarlet-haired essence spirit tightly in the middle. His scarlet-haired essence spirit had to be protected. If his scarlet-haired essence spirit was burned to ashes, it would be useless no matter how his body and bloodline evolved. However, the lava of the sacred volcano was way too terrifying. The power released by the three balls of light could barely hold out. At that moment, around the scarlet-haired essence spirit, the Dragon True Body had already disappeared and the two Divine Phoenix Bones had already melted. The combination of the two was producing a brand new bloodline and an even more terrifying power through the refinement of the lava at the sacred volcano. The scarlet-haired essence spirit sensed something and the power of his essence spirit surged, breaking through the barrier of the Dharma characteristic realm and entering the conjoint body realm. The fusion of the Dragon True Body was not a fusion of the heaven and earth Dharma characteristic. It was the fusion of the Dragon and Divine Phoenix. A brand new body appeared in the steaming lava. Initially, it was just an outline. As time passed by, it gradually became clearer. If anyone could see what was beneath the lava, they would be shocked to discover that this body was not the body of a human. I still can't do it. The Golden Crow's second prince opened his eyes once more and spat out hatefully. There was already a hint of impatience on his face. Should I give it a shot? The Golden Crow third prince gloated at the side. Humph. The Golden Crow's second prince said coldly, I refuse to believe that I can't do it. If I can't refine it in a day, I'll refine it for a year. If I can't refine it in a year, I'll refine it for 10 years. On the other side, the Golden Crow fourth prince had finally suppressed the dragon's soul saber. At the back, he was even forced to use the power of divine powers. It's about time. Suddenly, mighty figure Heavenly Phoenix said, Mo-ing, it's time for you to die and accompany your young master. Fufu. Mo-ing smiled. Heavenly Phoenix, you plotted against our young master. You won't meet with a good end. You'll definitely suffer retribution. Retribution? Mighty figure Heavenly Phoenix could not help but burst into laughter. Ha 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 ha. Now that Desolate Marshal is dead, I'll be the young master of Divine Phoenix Island once I return to Divine Phoenix Island. I'm not afraid of retribution at all. Is that so? Right then, a strange voice sounded from the top of the mountain, as though it came from beneath the sacred volcano. Everyone was stunned and looked over instinctively. The bottom of the sacred volcano was boiling lava. How could there be someone there? Clang! 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 Right then, the sound of metal clashing echoed from beneath the sacred volcano, as though a sharp weapon was piercing into the stone walls. Mighty figure Heavenly Phoenix's face was pale as his throat moved and he could not help but gulp. I am possible. He shook his head repeatedly with a bewildered expression. Mo Ying's eyes were filled with shock and joy. She could tell that the voice was the voice of her young master and there was no mistake about it. The young master was not dead. Impossible. The Golden Crow's second prince harumphed coldly and headed towards the mouth of the sacred volcano in a flash. The Golden Crow third prince, fourth prince, Mystic Frost and mighty figure Heavenly Phoenix moved one after another as well. They endured the scorching heat and looked down at the bottom of the sacred volcano. Thereafter, the few of them witnessed a scene that they would never forget for their entire lives. In the rumbling lava, a gigantic living being crawled out slowly. It bore a dragon's head and a phoenix's tail alongside 5 claws. Every single claw was incomparably sharp and shone with a cold glint. At that moment, the life form was truly climbing the walls of the sacred volcano. The claws beneath its abdomen dug into the walls of the sacred volcano and punctured holes one after another. On the back of the life form was a gigantic pair of wings that were scarlet like smoke. Burning lava dripped from the life form but did not injure it at all. What was even more frightening was that the aura released by the living being caused the 3 princes of the Golden Crow race to feel shudders. This was a bloodline suppression. Even the Golden Crow race had to bow down in the face of this living being. What's that? Everyone was stunned on the spot with shocked expressions. It's. Mighty figure Heavenly Phoenix extended his single arm as though he recalled something. His eyes were filled with fear and his lips trembled, unable to speak anymore. All of a sudden. Could it be? The Golden Crow's second prince's heart skipped a beat as a possibility crossed his mind. Immediately after, blood drained from the faces of the Golden Crow third and fourth princes and their bodies trembled slightly. Dragon, Phoenix. The Golden Crow fourth prince attempted to speak. The moment those words were said, the weather changed and the entire world seemed to tremble in fear. One of the 3 primordial taboos, the Dragon Phoenix, was born. You're tuning into the Biyao's Wuxia Chronicles YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.